The severed torso hung from a maple tree like a grotesque Christmas ornament, swaying gently in the cold Hamilton wind. No head, no arms, no legs, just the hollow cavity of what had once been a human being, reduced to meat and bone by someone with ice water running through their veins. But this wasn't the work of some deranged drifter or crime of passion gone wrong. This was the masterpiece of a woman so calculating, so utterly devoid of conscience, that she turned murder into an art form. Evelyn Dix smiled her way through courtrooms while bodies piled up around her like cordwood. She batted her eyelashes at judges while infants' bones crumbled in her basement. Tonight, we dive into the abyss of feminine evil incarnate, where motherhood becomes weapon, seduction becomes slaughter, and the most dangerous predator walks on high heels. This is the story of Canada's most terrifying Black Widow, a woman who made killing look as easy as baking apple pie. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story of the Torso Murders, Evelyn Dix Web of Death. The year 1920 birthed many things into the world: jazz music, prohibition gin, and one Evelyn McLean, though the world wouldn't understand the true significance of that last arrival for decades to come. Hamilton, Ontario seemed like an unlikely breeding ground for the kind of evil that would eventually stain its streets with blood. But evil has a way of sprouting in the most ordinary soil, nurtured by secrets and watered with lies until it grows into something unrecognizable and utterly terrifying. Evelyn emerged from her mother's womb on October 13th, a Friday the 13th baby who would make that superstition seem like wishful thinking. Even as an infant, there was something unsettling about the child, something that made visitors to the McLean household feel inexplicably uneasy. Her eyes held a quality that nurses described as too knowing for someone so young, as if she were already calculating the weaknesses of everyone around her. The McLean family operated like a twisted clockwork mechanism, each member playing their role in creating the perfect environment for cultivating a killer. Her father, Donald McLean, was a streetcar conductor whose rigid exterior masked a volcanic temper that erupted without warning, turning their modest home into a battlefield where violence was currency and fear was the family motto. Her mother, Alexandra, had perfected the art of willful blindness, pretending not to see the bruises, not to hear the screams, not to acknowledge that her household was slowly becoming a laboratory for manufacturing monsters. Young Evelyn learned early that survival meant manipulation, and power came through making others underestimate you. While other children played with dolls and toy soldiers, she was studying the adults around her with the intensity of a scientist examining specimens under a microscope. She memorized which words made her father's face darken with rage, which expressions could make her mother dissolve into tears, which behaviors could turn neighbors from suspicious to sympathetic. By age 10, she had become a master puppeteer, pulling invisible strings that made the adults in her life dance to tunes only she could hear. School records from the 1930s paint a disturbing portrait of a child who excelled at academic subjects while simultaneously terrorizing her classmates in ways that left no physical evidence. Teachers noted her exceptional intelligence and her ability to charm adults, but playground whispers told different stories, tales of a girl who could make others hurt themselves through psychological manipulation, who seemed to know everyone's deepest fears and wasn't afraid to exploit them. She was the kind of child who could make bullies wet themselves with a whispered threat, who could turn friends into enemies with a carefully placed lie, who could smile sweetly while orchestrating someone else's complete social destruction. The transformation from disturbed child to lethal adult accelerated during Evelyn's teenage years, a period when most young women were learning about love and planning their futures. Instead, she was perfecting the art of deception and discovering that her feminine charms could be wielded like weapons against the men who thought they were pursuing her. Her natural beauty became a tool of manipulation, the honey that attracted flies to her web of destruction. Her first serious relationship, at age 16, ended with her boyfriend's mysterious disappearance during what should have been a romantic evening walk along Hamilton's waterfront. The young man, Tommy Morrison, had been seen entering a secluded area with Evelyn but never emerged. Search parties combed the shoreline for weeks without finding so much as a scrap of clothing. Evelyn's grief performance was Oscar-worthy tears at precisely the right moments, a voice that broke with apparent emotion when describing their last conversation, a demeanor that suggested a heartbroken innocent rather than someone with blood under her perfectly manicured fingernails. The case went cold, filed away as another tragic accident in a city that was learning to expect such tragedies with disturbing regularity. But those who knew how to read the signs might have noticed that Evelyn's mourning period lasted exactly as long as it took for the next eligible bachelor to catch her attention. The tears dried up like they had never existed, replaced by the brilliant smile that would become her signature weapon in the years to come. By 1939, Evelyn had married John Dick, a Russian immigrant whose gentle nature and generous bank account made him the perfect target for someone with her particular appetites. The wedding was a showcase of her ability to play whatever role the situation demanded: the blushing bride, the devoted wife, the picture of domestic bliss. Wedding photographs show a radiant young woman gazing adoringly at her new husband, but those who knew how to look could see something predatory lurking behind her bright smile, like a shark circling just below the surface of calm waters. The marriage quickly revealed itself as a hunting expedition rather than a romantic union. John Dick found himself married to a woman who could switch from passionate lover to ice-cold stranger faster than a heartbeat, whose moods seemed to follow patterns that had nothing to do with external circumstances and everything to do with some internal calculation he couldn't begin to understand. She began isolating him from friends and family with surgical precision, using a combination of sexual manipulation and emotional blackmail to make him dependent on her approval for his very sense of self-worth. The first signs of physical violence appeared within months of the wedding, though Evelyn was far too clever to leave obvious evidence. John began suffering from mysterious illnesses that doctors couldn't quite diagnose, sudden accidents that seemed to happen with suspicious frequency, and injuries that he himself couldn't quite explain. His family noticed the change in him, the way he jumped at sudden noises, the haunted look in his eyes, the nervous habit of checking over his shoulder as if expecting an attack from behind. But it was the psychological torture that truly demonstrated Evelyn's evolving sadistic skills. She learned to inflict maximum emotional damage with minimal effort, using her intimate knowledge of John's vulnerabilities to create a constant state of anxiety and self-doubt. She could make him question his own memories, his own perceptions, his own sanity. She turned their home into a psychological minefield where every conversation was a potential trap and every moment of happiness could be instantly transformed into misery. The birth of their daughter Heather in 1943 should have been a joyous occasion, but it instead became another weapon in Evelyn's arsenal of control. She used the child as both shield and sword, hiding behind motherhood when she needed sympathy, threatening harm to the baby when she needed compliance. Her maternal instincts were non-existent, replaced by a calculating assessment of how each interaction with her daughter could be leveraged for maximum psychological impact on her husband and anyone else who might interfere with her plans. Neighbors began to whisper about strange noises coming from the Dick household, sounds that didn't quite fit the pattern of normal domestic life. There were screams that cut off too abruptly, thumping sounds that seemed too heavy to be explained by dropped objects, and long periods of unnatural silence that felt more ominous than any amount of noise. But Evelyn had cultivated such a perfect public image that most people dismissed their concerns as imagination or gossip. The financial manipulation was perhaps the most systematic aspect of her campaign against her husband. She gradually gained control over their bank accounts, insurance policies, and investment portfolios through a combination of forged signatures, manipulated documents, and psychological pressure that made John sign whatever she put in front of him. She was preparing for a future that didn't include him, methodically transferring assets and establishing financial independence that would allow her to disappear if necessary. By 1945, John Dick had become a hollow shell of his former self, a man who jumped at shadows and flinched when his wife entered the room. His family barely recognized the confident, cheerful person they had known before his marriage to Evelyn. He had lost weight, developed nervous tics, and began showing signs of what would now be recognized as severe post-traumatic stress disorder. But he was trapped, financially dependent, emotionally manipulated, and increasingly isolated from anyone who might help him escape. The war years provided perfect cover for Evelyn's activities, as the chaos and uncertainty of the time made it easier for people to disappear without attracting attention. She took advantage of the social disruption to expand her network of victims, targeting lonely servicemen on leave, war widows with insurance money, and other vulnerable individuals who crossed her path. Each interaction was carefully calculated to extract maximum benefit while minimizing risk to herself. Her methods were evolving with experience and confidence. What had begun as crude manipulation and occasional violence was becoming a sophisticated system of predation that combined psychological torture, financial exploitation, and when necessary, elimination of threats. She was learning to read people like books, identifying their weaknesses and desires with supernatural accuracy, then using that knowledge to bend them to her will or destroy them completely. The basement of the Dick family home became a workshop of sorts, though neighbors who occasionally glimpsed through windows couldn't quite understand what kind of work required such an array of sharp tools and cleaning supplies. The concrete floor showed stains that seemed to resist all attempts at cleaning, dark patches that spread despite Evelyn's apparent efforts to scrub them away. The smell that sometimes drifted from the basement windows was indescribable, organic, and wrong, the kind of odor that made people instinctively cross the street to avoid it. As 1946 dawned, Evelyn Dick stood at the threshold of her most productive period as a predator. She had perfected her public persona to the point where most people saw only what she wanted them to see: a devoted wife and mother, a pillar of the community, a woman who seemed to represent everything wholesome about Canadian femininity. The mask was flawless, hiding the monster that had spent years learning how to kill efficiently and dispose of evidence effectively. The stage was set for a bloodbath that would shock the nation and establish Evelyn Dick as one of Canada's most notorious criminals. The apprenticeship was over. The master was ready to begin her true work. The bodies were about to start piling up, and Hamilton was about to learn what real terror looked like when it wore lipstick and high heels. The torso murders were about to begin, and Canada would never be the same. March 16, 1946 dawned gray and bitter over Hamilton, Ontario, the kind of morning where the cold seemed to seep through wool coats and settle in human bones like an unwelcome visitor. But for 5 children taking a shortcut through the Albion Falls area on their way to school, this Saturday would etch itself into their nightmares forever. What they discovered hanging from that maple tree would launch one of the most horrifying murder investigations in Canadian history and expose the true depths of feminine evil that had been festering in their quiet city. The children's screams pierced the morning air like sirens, their young voices cracking with terror as they stumbled backward from the obscene display swaying gently in the wind. The torso, for that's all it was, a human trunk stripped of head, arms, and legs, had been positioned with almost artistic precision, hanging at eye level where it couldn't be missed by anyone passing through the area. The surgical precision of the dismemberment suggested someone with either medical training or extensive practice in reducing human beings to their component parts. Detective Inspector Charles Wood arrived at the scene within the hour, his weathered face going pale as he surveyed what would become known as the torso murder. In 30 years of police work, he had seen every conceivable form of human violence, but this displayed a level of calculated cruelty that made his stomach churn. The body had been drained of blood so thoroughly that the flesh appeared almost white, suggesting the dismemberment had taken place elsewhere, probably somewhere with excellent drainage and easy cleanup capabilities. The methodical nature of the mutilation spoke to a killer who took pride in their work. Each cut was clean and purposeful, executed with the kind of precision that comes only from practice. The joints had been disarticulated with surgical accuracy, suggesting intimate knowledge of human anatomy. Most disturbing of all, the positioning of the torso indicated this wasn't just murder. It was a statement, a message left for the world to find and fear. Dr. William Deadman, the city coroner, began his examination with the grim professionalism that had carried him through decades of investigating violent death. His initial findings painted a picture of systematic torture that had preceded the dismemberment. The victim had been kept alive during at least part of the ordeal, evidenced by healing wounds that showed signs of infection and scarring. Someone had taken their time with this killing, savoring each moment of their victim's agony before finally ending their suffering. The identification process proved challenging due to the absence of identifying features, but dental records and distinctive scars eventually revealed the torso belonged to John Dick, Evelyn's husband, though the connection wouldn't become clear until investigators began digging deeper into the victim's background. The missing limbs and head suggested the killer had either disposed of them separately or was keeping them as trophies, a chilling thought that made even hardened detectives lose sleep. As the investigation expanded, police began mapping John Dick's final days, uncovering a web of deception and violence that centered around his seemingly devoted wife. Witnesses reported seeing the couple arguing violently in the days before his disappearance, but Evelyn's performance as the worried wife had been so convincing that most people had dismissed the incidents as normal marital discord. She had played her role flawlessly, expressing concern about John's whereabouts while simultaneously establishing alibis for the time periods when he was likely being tortured to death. The search for additional evidence led investigators to the Dick family home on Carrick Avenue, where they encountered Evelyn in full grieving widow mode. Her performance was spectacular, tears flowing at precisely the right moments, her voice breaking with apparent emotion as she spoke about her missing husband, her entire demeanor suggesting a woman devastated by loss rather than someone who had orchestrated every moment of her victim's suffering. But experienced investigators learned to look beyond surface performances, and detective would notice details that didn't quite fit the grieving widow narrative. Evelyn's tears seemed to appear and disappear with suspicious timing. Her emotional responses felt rehearsed rather than spontaneous, and her body language suggested someone playing a role rather than experiencing genuine grief. Most tellingly, she showed no curiosity about the investigation's progress, unusual for someone whose loved one had been brutally murdered. The basement search revealed the first concrete evidence of Evelyn's true nature. Despite obvious attempts at cleaning, luminol testing revealed extensive blood spatter patterns that painted a picture of systematic violence. The concrete floor showed evidence of repeated scrubbing with industrial-strength bleach, but blood has a way of seeping into microscopic cracks where no amount of cleaning can completely eliminate it. The pattern suggested someone had been tortured extensively in this space before being killed and dismembered. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, investigators discovered what could only be described as a torture chamber, a soundproofed room equipped with restraints, cutting tools, and cleaning supplies arranged with the precision of a surgical suite. The walls showed evidence of repeated washing, but traces of blood and tissue remained in corners where cleaning had been less thorough. This wasn't the improvised killing ground of a crime of passion. This was the workshop of someone who had turned murder into a methodical process. The discovery of additional remains sent shockwaves through the investigation team. Buried under the basement floor, wrapped in oilcloth and cement, investigators found the decomposed body of an infant. The tiny skeleton showed evidence of blunt force trauma that suggested the child had been beaten to death with savage brutality. Dental records and clothing fragments would eventually identify the remains as belonging to Peter David White, Evelyn's infant son from a previous relationship, a child who had supposedly died of natural causes and been cremated. The methodical burial of the infant's body revealed the same calculating precision that characterized the adult murder. The grave had been carefully prepared with lime to accelerate decomposition and concrete to prevent discovery. The positioning of the remains suggested someone familiar with forensic techniques and body disposal methods. This wasn't panicked burial of evidence. This was systematic concealment by someone who had planned extensively for this moment. As investigators continued their excavation of the Dick property, additional disturbing discoveries emerged. Fragments of bone and teeth scattered throughout the yard suggested multiple victims had met their end in Evelyn's house of horrors. Each finding was carefully cataloged and analyzed, building a picture of systematic killing that had been taking place for years under the noses of unsuspecting neighbors. The torture implements found throughout the house revealed the full scope of Evelyn's sadistic evolution. Kitchen knives had been modified with specialized grips for better control during cutting. Garden tools showed evidence of having been used for purposes far removed from landscaping. Most chilling of all was a collection of syringes and medical equipment that suggested victims had been kept conscious and aware throughout their ordeal through carefully administered drugs and stimulants. Evelyn's reaction to each discovery was a masterclass in manipulation and misdirection. She expressed shock and horror at the findings, suggested that her husband must have been responsible for the crimes, and positioned herself as another victim rather than the perpetrator. Her performance was so convincing that some investigators initially questioned whether they were dealing with an elaborate frame job rather than catching the real killer. But the physical evidence told a different story than Evelyn's theatrical displays of innocence. Her fingerprints were found on torture implements. Her hair was discovered mixed with victim remains, and fibers from her clothing were embedded in the concrete where bodies had been buried. Most damning of all was the discovery of detailed journals hidden in her bedroom, documenting her crimes with the clinical precision of someone who viewed murder as a scientific experiment. The journal entries revealed a mind that had moved completely beyond human categories of morality or empathy. Evelyn wrote about her victims with the detachment of a researcher discussing laboratory specimens, noting their reactions to different forms of torture, cataloging their breaking points, and evaluating the effectiveness of various killing methods. She had turned murder into a hobby, complete with detailed record-keeping and continuous refinement of technique. The financial investigations revealed another dimension of Evelyn's systematic predation. Each victim had been thoroughly exploited economically before being killed, their bank accounts drained, insurance policies transferred, and valuable possessions liquidated. She had developed a sophisticated system for converting human beings into profit, treating murder as simply the final step in a comprehensive process of exploitation. The discovery of additional victims accelerated as police expanded their investigation beyond the immediate crime scene. Missing person reports from across Ontario began to show patterns that connected to Evelyn's movements and activities. Young women who had last been seen in her company, elderly victims who had inexplicably changed their wills in her favor shortly before their deaths, and a series of accidents and suicides that bore her signature touches of manipulation and control. Each new revelation painted a more complete picture of a predator who had been operating with virtual impunity for years. Evelyn's ability to manipulate public perception had allowed her to kill repeatedly while maintaining her facade as a respectable member of society. She had weaponized her femininity, using society's reluctance to suspect women of extreme violence as cover for a killing spree that spanned multiple provinces and potentially dozens of victims. The psychological profile that emerged from the evidence suggested someone who had moved completely beyond the boundaries of human empathy. Evelyn displayed classic signs of psychopathy: charm, manipulation, lack of remorse, and an ability to view other people purely as objects to be used and discarded. But her crimes showed an additional sadistic component that went beyond simple psychopathy into territory that psychiatrists struggled to categorize. The media coverage of the unfolding investigation captivated the nation, but also complicated the search for justice. Evelyn's photogenic appearance and apparent vulnerability made her a sympathetic figure in the press, with some journalists suggesting she might be the victim of an elaborate conspiracy. Her ability to manipulate public perception extended beyond individual interactions to mass media, turning her arrest into a public relations battle as much as a criminal investigation. As the evidence mounted, it became clear that the Torso murder was not an isolated incident, but the culmination of a killing career that had been building momentum for years. Evelyn Dick had evolved from a disturbed child into a sophisticated predator whose crimes demonstrated levels of planning, execution, and concealment that challenged every assumption about female criminality. The monster had been unmasked, but the full scope of her crimes was still being discovered. The investigation would continue for months, uncovering new victims and revealing additional evidence of systematic torture and murder. Hamilton had produced one of Canada's most prolific serial killers, and she had been hiding in plain sight, protected by assumptions about gender and respectability that had allowed her to kill with impunity. The anatomy of annihilation had been exposed, but the final reckoning was still to come. The Hamilton police station buzzed with an energy that bordered on the electric as investigators worked around the clock to unravel the web of death that Evelyn Dick had spent years weaving through the fabric of their community. The basement of 32 Carrick Avenue had yielded its secrets like a reluctant witness, each excavation revealing new horrors that challenged even the most experienced detective's ability to process human evil. But the true scope of Evelyn's reign of terror was only beginning to emerge as investigators traced her movements through nearly 2 decades of systematic predation. Detective Inspector Wood had seen enough violence in his career to fill several lifetimes, but the methodical nature of Evelyn's crimes kept him awake at night, staring at ceiling shadows while his mind tried to process the implications of what they had uncovered. This wasn't the work of someone who had snapped under pressure or been driven to violence by circumstances. This was the result of deliberate cultivation of sadistic skills, a decades-long apprenticeship in the art of inflicting maximum suffering for personal gratification. The interrogation of Evelyn Dick began on March 20th, 1946, in a small room that reeked of stale cigarettes and fear. She entered wearing a carefully selected outfit, demure blue dress, minimal makeup, hair styled to suggest vulnerability rather than sophistication. Even facing overwhelming physical evidence, she maintained her performance as the wronged woman, the misunderstood victim, the innocent wife who had been betrayed by circumstances beyond her control. "I don't understand how this could have happened," she whispered to Detective Wood, her voice carrying just the right note of confusion and distress. "John was everything to me. Why would anyone want to hurt him like this?" The tears that followed were perfectly timed, appearing exactly when they would have maximum emotional impact on observers. But Wood had learned to look past the surface performance to the calculating mind that orchestrated every gesture, every inflection, every carefully crafted display of emotion. The physical evidence, however, told a story that no amount of theatrical performance could overcome. Forensic analysis had revealed traces of John Dick's blood on Evelyn's clothing, despite her claims to have been nowhere near him during his final days. Her fingerprints were embedded in the concrete where his dismembered remains had been temporarily stored. Most damning of all, strands of her hair were found wrapped around the saw blade used to dismember his body, suggesting intimate involvement in the butchery process. As investigators dug deeper into Evelyn's background, a pattern of disappeared acquaintances began to emerge that painted a picture of systematic predation spanning nearly 2 decades. The missing persons reports read like a catalog of vulnerability. Elderly widows who had befriended Evelyn shortly before changing their wills, young women who had accepted her offers of employment and then vanished, children who had been left in her care and never seen again. Margaret Thompson had been 73 years old when she encountered Evelyn in 1942, a lonely widow with a comfortable pension and no close relatives to notice when she began acting strangely. Neighbors remembered how Margaret had suddenly become secretive and anxious after befriending the charming younger woman who had moved in next door. The transformation was gradual but unmistakable, a confident, independent woman slowly becoming fearful and dependent, jumping at shadows and making excuses for injuries that seemed inconsistent with her explanations. The discovery of Margaret's remains in a shallow grave outside Hamilton confirmed investigators' worst fears about the scope of Evelyn's activities. The elderly woman had been kept alive for weeks while being systematically tortured, her bones showing evidence of repeated fractures that had been allowed to heal before being broken again. The methodical nature of the violence suggested someone who derived satisfaction from prolonged suffering, who viewed torture as an art form to be perfected through practice and experimentation. The financial records from Margaret's final months revealed another dimension of Evelyn's systematic approach to murder. The elderly woman had been gradually stripped of her assets through a combination of forged documents, manipulated signatures, and psychological pressure that made her sign over control of her finances. By the time she was killed, she had been reduced to poverty while her tormentor had enriched herself through methodical exploitation. Similar patterns emerged as investigators examined other missing persons cases connected to Evelyn's activities. Each victim had been carefully selected for their vulnerability and isolated from potential support systems through manipulation and intimidation. The killing process itself seemed to follow a ritualistic pattern: initial seduction or befriending, gradual isolation and control, systematic financial exploitation, prolonged torture, and finally death followed by careful disposal of remains. The torture methods revealed through forensic analysis demonstrated evolution and refinement over time. Early victims showed evidence of crude violence that suggested inexperience and anger, Later victims displayed signs of sophisticated torture techniques that maximized suffering while keeping them alive and conscious for extended periods. Evelyn had learned from each killing, incorporating new methods and tools that made subsequent murders more effective and satisfying. The soundproof room in her basement had been constructed over several years, with each renovation adding new features designed to facilitate torture and murder. The walls had been treated with materials that absorbed sound and made cleaning easier. The floor had been sloped toward drains that connected to the city sewer system, allowing for easy disposal of blood and other biological evidence. Most chilling of all was the careful attention to comfort, a chair where she could sit and observe her victims' suffering, reading materials to pass time during prolonged torture sessions, and refreshment supplies that suggested she viewed the murder process as entertainment. The discovery of additional burial sites on properties Evelyn had rented over the years revealed the true scope of her killing career. Ground-penetrating radar and cadaver dogs identified at least 12 locations where human remains had been interred, each burial showing the same methodical preparation and concealment that characterized all her activities. The victims ranged in age from infant to elderly, suggesting that no one was safe from her predatory attention if they possessed something she wanted or posed a threat to her activities. The psychological evaluation conducted by Dr. Roy Clifford Dark painted a portrait of evil that challenged traditional understanding of criminal behavior. Evelyn displayed classic signs of antisocial personality disorder combined with sadistic traits that went beyond typical psychopathy. She seemed to derive genuine pleasure from others' suffering, viewing torture and murder not as means to an end but as ends in themselves. The clinical term, malignant narcissism, hardly seemed adequate to describe someone who had turned killing into a recreational activity. The interviews with surviving family members and associates revealed the sophisticated manipulation techniques Evelyn had employed to avoid detection for so long. She had cultivated different personas for different relationships, becoming whatever each person needed her to be while maintaining strict compartmentalization that prevented any individual from seeing the complete picture of her activities. She was a master of emotional manipulation, able to inspire loyalty, love, and trust even while planning her target's destruction. The financial investigation uncovered a complex network of accounts, properties, and investments that Evelyn had built through decades of systematic murder and theft. She had accumulated substantial wealth through victim exploitation, using the proceeds to fund increasingly elaborate schemes and maintain the lifestyle that served as cover for her criminal activities. The money trail connected her to victims across multiple provinces, suggesting a killing career that spanned much of eastern Canada. The physical evidence recovered from crime scenes revealed disturbing insights into Evelyn's psychological state during the commission of her crimes. Photographs she had taken of victims during torture sessions showed someone who was not driven by rage or desperation, but who approached murder with the cold calculation of a scientist conducting experiments. She had documented her techniques, noting which methods produced the most satisfying results and which victims provided the most entertainment value. The discovery of victim personal effects carefully preserved in her home suggested that Evelyn kept trophies from her kills, but not in the way typical serial killers collect mementos. Instead, she seemed to view these items as components of an elaborate fantasy life in which she had absorbed the identities and experiences of her victims. She would wear their clothing, use their jewelry, and even adopt their mannerisms as if she had literally consumed their essence along with their lives. The torture implements found throughout her properties showed continuous refinement and modification based on practical experience. Kitchen knives had been altered for better grip and control. Medical instruments had been adapted for non-medical purposes that maximize pain while minimizing the risk of accidental death. Garden tools had been sharpened and modified to serve as instruments of torture that could inflict precise amounts of damage without leaving easily identifiable wounds. The methodical documentation of her crimes revealed a mind that approached murder with the systematic approach of someone building expertise in a chosen field. She had kept detailed records of victim reactions to different torture techniques, noting individual tolerance levels and optimal methods for breaking psychological resistance. The journals read like technical manuals for inflicting human suffering, complete with diagrams and performance assessments. The investigation into her early life revealed warning signs that had been missed or dismissed by adults who should have recognized the development of dangerous pathology. Childhood incidents of animal cruelty, manipulation of other children, and inappropriate reactions to others' pain had all been rationalized or ignored by parents and teachers who couldn't imagine that a young girl might be capable of such calculated evil. The pattern of escalation in her crimes followed predictable psychological progression from minor manipulation to major violence, but the timeline was compressed in ways that suggested unusual psychological development. Where most serial killers might take years to progress from fantasy to action, Evelyn seemed to have accelerated through developmental stages at an alarming rate, reaching full predatory capacity while still in her 20s. As the full scope of Evelyn Dick's crimes became clear, investigators realized they were dealing with something unprecedented in Canadian criminal history. This wasn't just another murder case. This was the exposure of a predator who had operated with virtual impunity for decades, using society's assumptions about feminine behavior to avoid detection while systematically destroying human lives for personal gratification. The butcher's apprentice had indeed become the master, perfecting techniques of torture and murder that would have impressed the most sadistic killers in criminal history. The only question remaining was whether the justice system would prove adequate to address crimes that seemed to transcend normal categories of human evil. The reckoning was about to begin, and Canada was about to learn whether its legal system could handle a monster who wore the mask of respectability while drowning the innocent in rivers of blood. The courthouse in Hamilton buzzed with an energy that bordered on hysteria as October 7th, 1946 dawned cold and unforgiving over Ontario. Media from across North America had descended upon the sleepy Canadian city like vultures sensing carrion, their cameras and notebooks ready to document what promised to be the most sensational murder trial in the nation's history. But what they couldn't capture in photographs or headlines was the palpable sense of evil that seemed to emanate from the defendant's chair, where Evelyn Dick sat with the composure of someone attending a social gathering rather than fighting for her life. She had chosen her courtroom costume with the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized all her performances: a conservative black dress that suggested mourning and respectability, minimal makeup that emphasized her apparent vulnerability, and a demeanor that projected innocence betrayed rather than evil exposed. Even facing overwhelming evidence of her crimes, she maintained the facade that had protected her for so many years, playing the role of wronged woman with such conviction that some observers found themselves questioning the very evidence they had seen with their own eyes. Crown Prosecutor Timothy Rigney rose to address the jury with the weight of 23 separate murder charges pressing down on his shoulders like a physical burden. His opening statement painted a picture of systematic evil that challenged every assumption about feminine nature and criminal behavior. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," his voice carried across the packed courtroom, "we will prove that the defendant sitting before you is not the grieving widow she pretends to be, but rather a calculating predator who turned murder into a recreational activity and humans suffering into personal entertainment." The physical evidence presented during the trial's opening days was overwhelming in its scope and disturbing in its implications. Forensic experts testified about blood spatter patterns that painted a picture of prolonged torture sessions, dismemberment techniques that suggested medical knowledge or extensive practice, and burial methods that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of decomposition and evidence concealment. Each piece of evidence was like another nail in a coffin that was rapidly becoming too small to hold all the proof of Evelyn's guilt. Dr. William Deadman's testimony about the condition of the recovered remains sent waves of horror through the packed courtroom. His clinical descriptions of antemortem wounds, systematic mutilation, and evidence of prolonged torture were delivered in the dispassionate tone of scientific observation, but the implications were clear to everyone present. These victims had suffered beyond human comprehension at the hands of someone who viewed their agony as entertainment and their deaths as artistic expression. The most damning evidence came from Evelyn's own journals, discovered hidden throughout her properties like a scattered autobiography of evil. Defense attorney John Sullivan objected strenuously to their admission, arguing they were taken without proper warrant and might have been fabricated by police, but Judge Frederick Barlow ruled them admissible after examining the handwriting analysis and psychological consistency of the entries. Reading selected passages to the jury, Prosecutor Rigney's voice remained steady despite the horrific content. March 15, 1945, Margaret lasted longer than expected. The application of heat to sensitive areas produced fascinating results. Note for future reference: elderly subjects have lower tolerance but higher entertainment value due to increased fear response. The clinical detachment of the writing was perhaps more chilling than the violence it described, revealing a mind that had moved completely beyond human categories of morality. Evelyn's reaction to hearing her own words read aloud was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation. She appeared genuinely shocked and distressed, as if hearing about these crimes for the first time. Her performance included perfectly timed gasps of horror, tears that appeared at precisely the right moments, and a gradually building hysteria that suggested someone being confronted with evidence of crimes they couldn't have committed. To casual observers, she looked like an innocent woman being framed through an elaborate conspiracy. But experienced court watchers noticed inconsistencies in her performance that suggested calculation rather than spontaneous emotion. Her tears never smeared her makeup, her voice broke at dramatically convenient moments, and her body language suggested someone playing a role rather than experiencing genuine trauma. Most tellingly, when she thought no one was watching, her expression would shift to something cold and calculating before snapping back to victimized innocence the moment attention returned to her. The testimony of surviving witnesses painted a picture of systematic predation that spanned decades. Mrs. Dorothy Hamilton, a neighbor who had observed Evelyn's activities for years, described seeing strangers arrive at the Dick house who were never seen leaving. Her voice trembled as she recounted the strange sounds that emerged from the basement during the night screams that cut off too abruptly, mechanical noises that suggested power tools being used at inappropriate hours, and the persistent smell of bleach and something organic that no amount of air freshening could completely mask. "I should have called the police," Mrs. Hamilton wept on the witness stand. But she was so charming, so normal-seeming during the day. Who could imagine that someone who baked cookies for the church social was torturing people to death in her basement? Her testimony highlighted the sophisticated camouflage Evelyn had maintained, using community involvement and social respectability as cover for activities that defied human comprehension. The financial evidence presented by forensic accountant Robert Mackenzie revealed the systematic nature of Evelyn's victim exploitation. Each murder had been preceded by weeks or months of financial manipulation designed to transfer maximum assets while maintaining the appearance of legitimate transactions. Elderly victims had been convinced to change wills. Young victims had been stripped of savings through elaborate cons, and insurance policies had been manipulated to ensure Evelyn benefited from each death. The defendant didn't just kill for psychological gratification, Mackenzie testified. She turned murder into a profitable enterprise, systematically identifying victims based on their financial value and executing elaborate schemes to extract maximum economic benefit from their deaths. His analysis showed that Evelyn had accumulated over $200,000 through victim exploitation, a fortune in 1946 dollars that represented the liquidated lives of dozens of human beings. The psychiatric testimony provided by Dr. Roy Clifford Dark attempted to explain the psychological mechanisms that had produced such systematic evil. His evaluation of Evelyn revealed a complex pathology that combined elements of psychopathy, narcissism, and sadism into a personality structure that viewed other human beings purely as objects to be manipulated and consumed. The defendant shows no capacity for genuine emotional connection, he testified. She experiences other people only in terms of their utility to her desires and needs. Most chilling was Dr. Dark's assessment of Evelyn's relationship with violence and death. She doesn't kill despite being human. She kills because it makes her feel more human. The act of taking life provides her with a sense of power and completeness that she cannot achieve through any other means. Murder has become as necessary to her psychological well-being as food is to her physical survival. The defense team's strategy centered on portraying Evelyn as the victim of an elaborate conspiracy designed to pin multiple unsolved murders on a convenient scapegoat. Attorney Sullivan argued that the physical evidence had been planted, the journals forged, and the witness testimony coached by police desperate to solve high-profile cases. His cross-examination of prosecution witnesses focused on inconsistencies in their accounts and potential motivations for false testimony. "My client is guilty of nothing more than poor judgment in choosing associates," Sullivan argued in his closing statement. She trusted the wrong people, fell victim to manipulation by genuine criminals, and now finds herself accused of crimes so heinous that they challenge belief. Ask yourselves, does this woman, this mother, this pillar of the community, really seemed capable of the monstrous acts described by the prosecution. But the weight of evidence was overwhelming, and Sullivan's attempts to create reasonable doubt crumbled under the sheer volume of physical proof connecting Evelyn to the crimes. DNA analysis, primitive by modern standards but still conclusive, linked her to victim remains found across multiple burial sites. Her fingerprints were embedded in concrete where bodies had been stored. Most damaging of all, several victims had been seen in her company shortly before their disappearances, and witnesses had heard screams coming from her basement during periods when those victims were still alive. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning with guilty verdicts on all 23 counts of first-degree murder. The reading of each verdict sent shockwaves through the packed courtroom, but Evelyn's reaction was perhaps the most chilling aspect of the entire proceeding. Instead of displaying the expected emotional breakdown, she maintained her composed facade, nodding slightly at each guilty verdict as if acknowledging a job well done. Judge Frederick Barlow's sentencing speech captured the horror that had gripped the nation throughout the trial. In 30 years on the bench, his voice carried across the silent courtroom, I have never encountered evil of such systematic and calculating nature. The defendant has shown herself to be beyond rehabilitation, beyond redemption, and beyond any hope of return to civilized society. The only sentence adequate to reflect the magnitude of these crimes is death. The announcement of the death sentence provoked the only genuine emotional response Evelyn displayed during the entire trial. For just a moment, the mask slipped, revealing something cold and predatory that made several jury members involuntarily recoil. But within seconds, the performance resumed, and she collapsed into apparent hysteria that suggested a broken woman overwhelmed by injustice rather than a killer facing appropriate consequences. The appeals process dragged on for 2 years, during which Evelyn maintained her innocence while simultaneously attempting to manipulate prison staff and fellow inmates. Prison records from this period revealed her continued attempts to establish dominance hierarchies and exploit perceived weaknesses in those around her. Even facing death, she could not resist the compulsion to control and manipulate anyone within reach. The commutation of her death sentence to life imprisonment came in 1948, following intensive lobbying by women's rights groups who argued that executing a woman, regardless of her crimes, would set a dangerous precedent. The decision sparked national controversy, with victim advocates arguing that gender should not protect criminals from appropriate consequences and civil rights activists contending that the death penalty was inappropriate regardless of the defendant's sex. Evelyn's behavior during her decades of imprisonment provided additional insights into her psychological makeup. She never expressed genuine remorse for her crimes, though she became expert at manufacturing displays of contrition when they might benefit her cause. Prison psychiatrists noted her continued attempts to manipulate staff and other inmates, her complete lack of empathy for her victims' families, and her apparent inability to understand why others viewed her actions as wrong. The transformation of public perception regarding Evelyn Dick occurred gradually over the decades following her conviction. Initial fascination with the lady killer gave way to deeper understanding of the systematic nature of her crimes and their impact on victims' families and communities. Academic studies of her case contributed to evolving understanding of female serial killers and the sophisticated methods they employ to avoid detection. The discovery of additional burial sites continued well into the 1960s, as investigators followed leads generated by Evelyn's prison confessions and tips from individuals who had been too afraid to come forward during her active killing period. Each new finding confirmed the systematic nature of her predation and suggested that her known victims represented only a fraction of her actual crimes. The impact on Hamilton and surrounding communities lasted for generations, with parents becoming more protective of their children and elderly residents more suspicious of helpful strangers. The case shattered assumptions about feminine nature and criminal capability, forcing society to acknowledge that evil could wear any face and hide behind any facade. Evelyn Dick died in prison on January 7, 1968, at the age of 47, taking with her the locations of additional burial sites and the identities of victims who had never been reported missing. Her death marked the end of one of Canada's most notorious criminal careers, but the impact of her crimes continued to reverberate through the justice system and popular consciousness. Prison officials noted that she maintained her manipulative behaviors until the end, attempting to control her medical care and extract special treatment through performances of vulnerability and illness. Even dying, she could not resist the compulsion to manipulate and control those around her. The autopsy revealed that she had died of natural causes, though some observers noted the irony that someone who had caused so much suffering had been allowed to pass peacefully while her victims had endured unimaginable agony. Her burial in an unmarked grave reflected society's desire to forget her existence while remembering her victims. The legacy of the Evelyn Dick case extended far beyond the courtroom where justice had finally been served. Law enforcement agencies across North America studied her methods to better understand how female serial killers operated and evaded detection. Social workers and mental health professionals examined her psychological profile to identify warning signs that might prevent similar tragedies. Most importantly, the case served as a reminder that evil can wear any face, hide behind any facade, and exploit any weakness in social assumptions about human nature. The charming neighbor, the devoted mother, the pillar of the community, all these roles can mask predatory instincts that view other human beings as nothing more than objects to be exploited and destroyed. The final curtain had fallen on the Queen of Death, but the lessons learned from her reign of terror would echo through criminal justice systems for generations to come. Canada had produced one of history's most prolific female serial killers, and the nation would never again be quite as innocent about the potential for evil that lurks behind society's most trusted facades. The Torso murders were over, the butcher's shop had been closed forever, and the monster who had terrorized Ontario finally lay silent in her unmarked grave. Justice, though delayed, had ultimately prevailed, and the victims who had suffered so terribly at Evelyn Dick's hands could finally rest in peace, their tormentor forever silenced by the very system she had spent decades learning to exploit and evade. The nightmare was over, but its echoes would haunt Canadian consciousness forever. A reminder that sometimes the most dangerous predators are those who appear most harmless, and the greatest evil can hide behind the most innocent smile. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Rancho Dominguez Predator, the Tracy Walker Story. When darkness falls over the sprawling urban wasteland of Rancho Dominguez, California, most people retreat behind locked doors and drawn curtains. But for those forgotten souls who call the streets their home, nightfall brings no sanctuary, only the chilling possibility that death itself might be stalking through the shadows, wearing the face of an ordinary man. Tracy Walker appeared unremarkable to most who passed him on the street. Average height, unremarkable features, the kind of person who blended seamlessly into crowds and disappeared from memory the moment he was out of sight. Yet behind those seemingly vacant eyes burned something far more sinister than anyone could have imagined. A methodical, calculating hunger for violence that would transform him from a convicted killer into one of California's most ruthless predators of the homeless. Between 1991 and 2021, Walker carved a bloody trail through the most vulnerable members of society, targeting those whose disappearances would barely register as ripples in an already turbulent world. His victims shared more than just their circumstances. They shared the terrifying final moments of their lives, confronting a monster who saw their humanity as nothing more than an obstacle to his twisted satisfaction. This is the story of how a man with blood already on his hands slipped through the cracks of a system meant to protect society, emerging to hunt the defenseless with surgical precision and bone-chilling brutality. It's a tale that exposes the darkest corners of human nature and asks the haunting question: how many more victims might there have been if fate hadn't finally intervened? Welcome to the nightmare that unfolded on the streets of Rancho Dominguez. A nightmare that began with a single act of violence and escalated into a reign of terror that would leave families shattered, a community traumatized, and justice struggling to comprehend the full scope of one man's capacity for evil. The humid Los Angeles air hung thick with tension on that fateful day when Tracy Walker first tasted blood. Long before the streets of Rancho Dominguez would echo with the screams of the homeless, Walker's path to becoming a predator began with a single, devastating act of violence that would serve as both prologue and prophecy for the horrors to come. Voluntary manslaughter, the clinical term, barely captured the savage reality of Walker's first documented kill. The victim, whose name has been lost to time but whose death would prove to be just the opening chapter in Walker's bloody manuscript, never could have imagined that their final moments would be orchestrated by someone who would later perfect the art of killing society's most vulnerable members. The details of that initial murder remain shrouded in the bureaucratic language of court documents and police reports, but what emerged from the investigation painted a disturbing portrait of a man whose capacity for violence far exceeded what even seasoned homicide detectives had witnessed. Walker hadn't simply killed. He had done so with a methodical precision that suggested this wasn't his first encounter with taking a human life, even if it was his first time being caught. During the court proceedings, psychiatrists and behavioral analysts attempted to peer into Walker's mind, searching for the psychological mechanisms that could explain his actions. What they found was far more terrifying than any textbook profile of a killer. Walker exhibited what experts described as an almost supernatural ability to compartmentalize his emotions, displaying no remorse for his victim while simultaneously presenting himself as a model defendant who understood the gravity of his actions. The prosecution argued that Walker's crime demonstrated clear premeditation and a disturbing lack of empathy that made him a permanent danger to society. They presented evidence showing how Walker had stalked his victim for days, studying their routines and identifying the perfect moment to strike. The murder itself had been executed with clinical efficiency. A quick, brutal attack that left no room for the victim to defend themselves or call for help. But perhaps most chilling was how Walker had behaved in the aftermath. Rather than fleeing the scene or showing signs of panic, he had methodically cleaned up evidence, disposed of the weapon, and created an alibi that might have held up if not for a single witness who had seen him leaving the area. This level of planning and post-crime organization suggested a mind that not only accepted violence as a solution but actively embraced it as a tool. Walker's defense team attempted to paint their client as a man driven to violence by circumstances beyond his control. Childhood trauma, mental illness, societal pressures that had pushed him beyond his breaking point. They presented testimonies from family members who described a different Tracy Walker, one who had shown kindness to animals as a child and had volunteered at community centers in his teens. Yet as the trial progressed, a more sinister picture emerged. Former acquaintances testified about Walker's disturbing fascination with violence, his collection of true crime materials, and his habit of making casual comments about how easy it would be to make people disappear. One particularly damning testimony came from a former roommate who described finding detailed sketches in Walker's belongings, drawings that depicted various methods of killing and disposing of bodies. The jury deliberated for less than 6 hours before returning with their verdict. Guilty of voluntary manslaughter, but not first-degree murder. A decision that would later be viewed as one of the most catastrophic failures of the justice system in California's history. Walker was sentenced to 15 years in prison, with the possibility of parole in 8 years with good behavior. During his incarceration, Walker became what prison officials described as a model inmate. He participated in rehabilitation programs, earned his GED, and even completed several vocational training courses. To the outside observer, he appeared to be someone who had learned from his mistakes and was genuinely committed to rebuilding his life. Parole board members noted his articulate responses during hearings, his expressed remorse for his actions, and his detailed plans for reintegration into society. But those who worked most closely with Walker during his imprisonment saw glimpses of something far more disturbing. Prison guards reported that Walker had an unnatural ability to manipulate other inmates, often serving as a mediator in conflicts while simultaneously gathering information that he would later use to his advantage. He had created what psychologists would later describe as a perfect prison persona, charming, helpful, and completely fabricated. More troubling were the reports from prison librarians who noticed Walker's reading habits. While he publicly checked out books on rehabilitation and job training, he had also requested numerous volumes on forensic science, police investigation techniques, and criminal psychology. When questioned about these choices, Walker explained them away as academic curiosity, claiming he was considering a career in criminal justice after his release. The most chilling discovery came from a routine cell search conducted during Walker's 7th year of incarceration. Hidden inside a hollowed-out religious text, guards found dozens of newspaper clippings about unsolved murders, missing persons cases, and detailed articles about forensic investigation failures. Walker had been creating what amounted to a study guide for the perfect crime, analyzing cases where killers had escaped detection and identifying the mistakes that had led to others' captures. When confronted with this evidence, Walker maintained his innocence of any wrongdoing, claiming he was simply trying to understand the criminal mind as part of his rehabilitation process. The prison administration, already facing overcrowding issues and pressure to reduce recidivism rates, chose to interpret Walker's explanation charitably. The materials were confiscated. Walker received a minor disciplinary action, and the incident was filed away in his record as a footnote rather than a warning. As Walker's parole date approached, he underwent extensive psychological evaluation. The assessing psychiatrist noted Walker's high intelligence, his apparent understanding of social norms, and his expressed commitment to living a law-abiding life. The report concluded that while Walker would always carry the psychological scars of his crime, he had demonstrated genuine growth during his incarceration and posed a manageable risk to society with proper supervision. What the psychiatrist couldn't have known was that Walker had spent years perfecting his ability to tell evaluators exactly what they wanted to hear. He had studied the psychological profiles of successfully rehabilitated inmates, memorized the language of remorse and redemption, and crafted responses that would check every box on the parole board's assessment criteria. On a gray morning in late 1999, Tracy Walker walked out of the California State Prison System as a free man. He carried with him a small bag of personal belongings, a bus ticket to Los Angeles, and 8 years' worth of carefully cultivated plans for what he would do next. Prison officials watched him disappear into the crowd of commuters and families, completely unaware that they had just released a predator who had spent nearly a decade preparing for his return to the hunt. Walker's first few months of freedom were carefully orchestrated to maintain the illusion of successful rehabilitation. He found employment at a warehouse in downtown Los Angeles, rented a small apartment in a working-class neighborhood, and dutifully reported to his parole officer every week. To everyone who observed him during this period, Walker appeared to be the success story that the rehabilitation system claimed to produce. But while Walker played the role of reformed criminal by day, his nights were spent on reconnaissance missions through the darker corners of Los Angeles. He mapped the locations where homeless populations gathered, studied police patrol patterns, and identified the areas where someone could disappear without attracting immediate attention. He was planning his next move with the same methodical precision that had characterized his first kill, but now he had years of accumulated knowledge about how to avoid detection. The transformation from model parolee to calculating predator didn't happen overnight. Walker understood that any dramatic change in his behavior would attract unwanted attention from his parole officer and potentially land him back in prison before he could accomplish his goals. Instead, he began a gradual process of expanding his hunting grounds and testing his abilities. His first post-prison violence was almost anticlimactic in its simplicity. During one of his late-night wanderings, Walker encountered a homeless individual who was attempting to break into an abandoned building. Rather than reporting the incident or simply walking away, Walker approached the person and engaged them in conversation. What started as seemingly innocent dialogue quickly escalated when Walker realized how isolated they were and how unlikely it was that anyone would discover the body before morning. The attack was swift and brutal, executed with the efficiency that Walker had fantasized about during his years in prison. But what truly distinguished this killing from his earlier crime was Walker's emotional response, or rather, his complete lack of one. Where his first murder had been driven by anger and impulse, this kill was conducted with the cold calculation of someone who had discovered their true calling. Walker spent the remainder of that night methodically disposing of evidence and creating an alibi for his whereabouts. He had learned from his earlier mistakes and understood exactly how to minimize his chances of being connected to the crime. The body wouldn't be discovered for 3 days, and when it was, the investigation would be hampered by the victim's transient lifestyle and the lack of witnesses in the abandoned area where Walker had chosen to strike. As Walker returned to his apartment that morning, He felt a sense of completion that had eluded him throughout his years in prison. He had rediscovered his purpose, and more importantly, he had proven to himself that he could kill without consequence. The psychological barriers that might have prevented another person from escalating their violence had never existed for Walker. Prison had simply provided him with the time and motivation to perfect his methodology. The stage was now set for what would become one of California's most horrific killing sprees. Walker had evolved from an impulsive killer into a methodical predator, armed with years of planning and an intimate understanding of how to exploit society's blind spots. His victims would be chosen not for personal reasons, but for their vulnerability and society's tendency to overlook their disappearances. As the new millennium dawned, Tracy Walker began hunting in earnest, targeting a population that existed on the margins of society and whose deaths would barely register in the consciousness of a community already overwhelmed by urban violence and social problems. The nightmare of Rancho Dominguez was about to begin. The industrial sprawl of Rancho Dominguez stretched across the landscape like an urban scar, a forgotten corner of Los Angeles County where society's cast-offs gathered in the shadows of abandoned warehouses and beneath overpasses that hummed with the constant flow of traffic overhead. For Tracy Walker, now in his 30s and armed with a decade's worth of predatory planning, this desolate terrain represented the perfect hunting ground. A place where human life held so little value that entire populations could vanish without generating more than a perfunctory police report. Walker had chosen Rancho Dominguez with the same methodical precision that characterized every aspect of his criminal evolution. During months of careful reconnaissance, he had mapped the area's hidden encampments, identified the locations where homeless individuals gathered for safety and warmth, and most importantly, cataloged the spots where a body could lie undiscovered for weeks or even months. The homeless population that had gravitated to Rancho Dominguez represented society's most vulnerable members, people who had been systematically abandoned by family, failed by social services, and rendered invisible by a community that preferred to pretend they didn't exist. These were individuals whose disappearances would generate minimal investigation, whose deaths would be attributed to overdoses or exposure, and whose murders could easily be concealed among the urban decay that defined their daily existence. Walker understood that his success as a predator depended entirely on his ability to exploit these social blind spots. He had studied crime statistics during his imprisonment and knew that homicides involving homeless victims were solved at dramatically lower rates than those involving housed individuals. Police departments, overwhelmed by more visible crimes and lacking the resources to conduct extensive investigations into transient populations, often treated homeless deaths as natural consequences of street life rather than potential murders. His first victim in Rancho Dominguez was a man in his 50s whose identity would never be fully established. The individual had been living in a makeshift shelter constructed from shopping carts and tarps, hidden away in an industrial zone where security cameras were non-existent and foot traffic was limited to occasional police patrols. Walker had been observing this location for weeks, noting the victim's routines and confirming that he lived alone and maintained minimal contact with other homeless individuals in the area. The approach Walker used would become his signature methodology, a combination of false compassion and calculated violence that left his victims completely unprepared for what was about to happen. He would appear in the early morning hours, often carrying food or small supplies that immediately identified him as someone offering help rather than posing a threat. His victims' guard would drop as Walker engaged them in conversation, expressing concern for their welfare and asking about their needs. This psychological manipulation served multiple purposes beyond simply gaining his victims' trust. It allowed Walker to assess whether anyone else knew of the victim's location, determine if they were expected anywhere at a specific time, and identify any personal belongings or documentation that might complicate the investigation of their eventual disappearance. Most importantly, it provided Walker with a sense of complete control over the situation, the godlike power to determine whether this encounter would end in assistance or annihilation. When Walker finally struck, the violence was swift and overwhelmingly brutal. He had perfected a method of attack that combined maximum physical damage with minimal noise, understanding that even in these isolated areas, screams or sounds of struggle could potentially attract unwanted attention. The weapon of choice was always a knife, silent, efficient, and easily disposed of after each use. But Walker's methodology extended far beyond the actual killings. He had developed an elaborate post-murder routine that demonstrated his sophisticated understanding of forensic science and criminal investigation procedures. Bodies were moved from their initial attack sites to locations where natural decomposition and scavenger activity would eliminate most physical evidence. Personal belongings were scattered or disposed of in ways that would suggest robbery or random violence rather than targeted killing. The second Rancho Dominguez victim was discovered 3 weeks after Walker's initial kill, though the connection between the two deaths wouldn't be established for months. This victim, a woman in her 40s who had been struggling with addiction and mental illness, had been found by city workers conducting routine maintenance on storm drains. The positioning of her body and the extent of her injuries immediately indicated homicide, but the investigation was hampered by the same factors that had protected Walker during his first kill. Walker had learned from studying previous serial killers that the key to avoiding detection was varying his methodology just enough to prevent investigators from identifying a clear pattern while maintaining the core elements that made his crimes successful. With his second victim, he had altered the timing of his attack, the specific location of body disposal, and even the type of knife used in the killing, creating just enough variation to frustrate any attempts at criminal profiling. The psychological impact of Walker's crimes extended far beyond their immediate victims. Word of the murders had begun to circulate through Rancho Dominguez's homeless community, creating an atmosphere of terror that fundamentally altered how these vulnerable individuals approached their daily survival. Encampments that had previously offered safety through numbers began to disperse as people became afraid to trust even those they had known for months or years. Walker fed on this fear like a parasite, using the community's growing paranoia to his advantage. He understood that frightened, isolated individuals were even more susceptible to his offers of assistance and protection. The very terror he was creating served to deliver more victims directly into his hands, as desperate people became willing to trust anyone who appeared to offer refuge from the nightmare that had descended upon their world. His third victim represented Walker's most audacious kill to date, a homeless veteran who had maintained connections with local social services and was actively working to secure permanent housing. This individual should have been off-limits to a careful predator like Walker, as his disappearance was likely to generate more intensive investigation than previous victims. But Walker's confidence had grown with each successful murder, and he was beginning to believe himself invincible. The veteran's murder demonstrated the full extent of Walker's sadistic evolution. Rather than employing his usual swift killing method, Walker had prolonged the encounter, taking pleasure in his victim's fear and confusion as the horrific reality of the situation became clear. The physical evidence found at the scene suggested that the victim had been tortured before being killed, with wounds indicating that Walker had deliberately inflicted pain over an extended period. This escalation in violence reflected Walker's growing psychological dependence on the act of killing. What had begun as a calculated method of eliminating witnesses to his presence in the area had evolved into a compulsive need to experience the complete domination and destruction of another human being. Walker was no longer simply a predator hunting for survival. He had become something far more dangerous, a killer who murdered for the pure satisfaction of watching life drain from his victim's eyes. The discovery of the veteran's body triggered the first serious police investigation into the Rancho Dominguez murders. Unlike Walker's previous victims, this individual had been missed by people who cared about his welfare, and his death couldn't be easily dismissed as another casualty of street life. Detective Sarah Martinez, a 20-year veteran of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, was assigned to lead the investigation and immediately recognized that the brutal nature of the crime suggested a serial killer was operating in the area. Martinez began by conducting extensive interviews with the homeless community, attempting to identify patterns in the recent deaths and gather intelligence about potential suspects. What she discovered was a population so terrorized by Walker's presence that many individuals had fled the area entirely, while those who remained were too frightened to provide detailed information about strangers they had encountered. The investigative challenges Martinez faced were enormous. The transient nature of the homeless population meant that potential witnesses had scattered across the greater Los Angeles area, making follow-up interviews nearly impossible. Physical evidence was limited by the environmental conditions where bodies had been discovered and the extended time periods between murders and investigations. Most frustratingly, The lack of permanent addresses or identification documents for many victims meant that establishing basic facts about their lives and movements proved extremely difficult. Walker monitored the police investigation with the same methodical attention he brought to planning his murders. He understood that Detective Martinez represented a genuine threat to his continued activities and began altering his behavior to avoid detection. His frequency of killing decreased, his victim selection became even more careful, and he implemented additional security measures to ensure he couldn't be connected to the crime scenes. But Walker's fundamental psychology prevented him from stopping entirely. The psychological satisfaction he derived from killing had become so central to his identity that complete abstinence wasn't psychologically sustainable. Instead, he began expanding his hunting grounds beyond Rancho Dominguez, traveling to adjacent areas where similar homeless populations existed and where his crimes wouldn't be immediately connected to the ongoing investigation. The expansion of Walker's killing spree represented a new and even more dangerous phase in his criminal evolution. No longer content with the methodical elimination of victims in a single geographic area, he had become a roaming predator whose crimes could span multiple jurisdictions and overwhelm the investigative capabilities of individual police departments. The homeless populations of Greater Los Angeles had become his personal hunting preserve, and Walker possessed both the intelligence and the motivation to exploit every vulnerability in the system designed to protect them. As 2001 progressed, Walker's confidence reached dangerous levels. He had successfully killed at least 6 individuals without facing any serious risk of capture, and his understanding of police investigative procedures had grown sophisticated enough that he believed himself capable of outwitting any pursuit. This overconfidence would prove to be the first crack in the armor of invincibility Walker had constructed around himself, setting the stage for the mistakes that would eventually lead to his downfall. The residents of Rancho Dominguez, both housed and homeless, had begun to sense that something predatory was moving through their community. Conversations in local businesses turned to whispered discussions about the recent deaths, and even hardened street veterans began altering their routines to avoid being alone in isolated areas. The community was living under siege, terrorized by a killer who seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to strike without warning and disappear without a trace. By the dawn of 2002, Tracy Walker had transformed into something that defied conventional understanding of criminal behavior, a methodical architect of death whose murders had achieved a level of systematic precision that would have impressed forensic psychologists if they had been able to comprehend the full scope of his activities. Walker's evolution from impulsive killer to calculating predator represented 11 years of careful study, relentless practice, and an increasingly sophisticated understanding of how society's blind spots could be exploited to facilitate mass murder. The homeless encampments of Rancho Dominguez had become Walker's personal laboratory, a testing ground where he refined his techniques and explored the boundaries of human suffering with the detached curiosity of a scientist conducting experiments on laboratory specimens. His victim count had reached double digits, though the exact number remained unknown even to Walker himself, as some of his earliest kills had been so expertly concealed that the bodies were never discovered. Walker's methodology had evolved into something approaching an art form, if art could be defined as the systematic destruction of human life for aesthetic pleasure. He had developed what behavioral analysts would later describe as a signature pattern that satisfied his psychological needs, while maintaining the operational security that kept him beyond the reach of law enforcement. Each murder followed a carefully choreographed sequence that began with extensive surveillance and concluded with the complete elimination of all evidence linking him to the crime. The surveillance phase of Walker's operations had become extraordinarily sophisticated. He would spend weeks observing potential victims, learning their routines, identifying their social connections, and mapping the territories they inhabited. Walker understood that successful predation required intimate knowledge of his prey, and he approached this requirement with the same obsessive attention to detail that characterized every aspect of his criminal activities. During these surveillance periods, Walker would often engage his future victims in seemingly innocent conversations, presenting himself as a social worker, a religious volunteer, or simply another member of the homeless community who was concerned about their welfare. These interactions served multiple purposes. They allowed Walker to gather crucial intelligence about his victims' lives. They established his presence in the area as normal rather than suspicious, and they provided him with the psychological satisfaction of exercising complete control over individuals who had no idea they were speaking with their future killer. Walker's ability to blend into any environment had become one of his most dangerous assets. He possessed an almost chameleon-like capacity to adopt whatever persona was most appropriate for his current objectives, whether that meant appearing as a concerned citizen offering assistance or as another homeless individual seeking companionship and safety. This adaptability made him virtually impossible to identify as a consistent threat, as witnesses who encountered Walker in different contexts would often provide completely contradictory descriptions of his appearance and behavior. The killing phase of Walker's methodology had evolved far beyond the quick, efficient murders that had characterized his early crimes in Rancho Dominguez. Walker had discovered that he derived significantly more psychological satisfaction from prolonged encounters with his victims, and he had developed techniques for extending their suffering while minimizing the risk of attracting attention or leaving forensic evidence. Walker's preferred approach was to isolate his victims in locations where screams would be muffled or go unheard, then engage them in what he called conversations about death. He would explain to his victims exactly what he intended to do to them, describing in graphic detail the physical pain they were about to experience and the methods he would use to ensure their bodies were never found. This psychological torture often proved more devastating than the physical violence that followed, as Walker's victims were forced to confront the absolute hopelessness of their situation while maintaining the terror and desperation that fed Walker's need for complete domination. The physical violence Walker inflicted had become increasingly elaborate and sadistic. Rather than simply stabbing his victims to death, he had developed a repertoire of torture techniques designed to maximize pain while keeping his victims conscious for as long as possible. Walker had studied anatomy during his surveillance periods, learning exactly where to inflict wounds that would cause maximum suffering without triggering immediate death or unconsciousness. Walker's post-murder procedures had evolved into an elaborate ritual that served both practical and psychological purposes. The practical elements involved the methodical elimination of all forensic evidence linking him to the crime scene, including the removal or destruction of fingerprints, DNA samples, and any physical traces of his presence. Walker had become expert at using bleach solutions and fire to eliminate biological evidence, and he possessed detailed knowledge of how weather conditions and scavenger activity could be used to accelerate the decomposition of remains. The psychological elements of Walker's post-murder ritual were far more disturbing. He would often spend hours with his victims' bodies, positioning them in specific poses that satisfied his aesthetic preferences and taking mental photographs that he would later recall during periods when he was unable to kill. Walker had developed what he described to himself as a collection of these mental images, and he would often spend entire nights reliving his murders in excruciating detail. As Walker's kill count mounted, his confidence reached levels that bordered on supernatural arrogance. He had begun to view himself as an apex predator operating in an ecosystem where law enforcement served as ineffective park rangers, occasionally stumbling across evidence of his activities, but lacking the intelligence or resources to mount any serious threat to his operations. This overconfidence manifested itself in increasingly audacious criminal behavior, as Walker began taking risks that would have terrified his more cautious earlier self. One of Walker's most brazen acts occurred in early 2003, when he murdered a homeless individual within sight of an active police patrol. Walker had been following his victim for several days, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, when he noticed that the individual was about to enter an area that would take him beyond Walker's preferred hunting grounds. Rather than abandoning this particular target, Walker made the split-second decision to accelerate his timeline and conduct the murder despite the increased risk of detection. The kill took place in broad daylight, less than 200 yards from where two police officers were conducting a routine traffic stop. Walker approached his victim with his usual offer of assistance, quickly isolated him in a partially concealed loading dock area, and completed the murder in less than 3 minutes. The entire sequence was executed with such efficiency and Walker's escape was so expertly planned that the officers never realized a homicide had occurred less than 50 feet from their location. This murder represented a turning point in Walker's criminal career, as it demonstrated to him that he had achieved a level of operational sophistication that made him essentially untouchable. The psychological impact of successfully killing someone virtually under police supervision provided Walker with a sense of invincibility that would influence his decision-making for the remainder of his active period. Detective Sarah Martinez, meanwhile, had been developing her own theories about the pattern of murders plaguing Rancho Dominguez and the surrounding areas. Through painstaking analysis of crime scene evidence and extensive interviews with homeless community members, Martinez had begun to construct a profile of the killer that was remarkably accurate in its broad strokes, even if it failed to identify Walker specifically. Martinez understood that she was hunting someone with extensive knowledge of police investigative procedures and forensic science. The care with which evidence was eliminated from crime scenes indicated either law enforcement training or extensive self-education in criminal detection methods. The sophistication of the killer's victim selection suggested someone who had studied previous serial murder cases and understood how to exploit the investigative challenges posed by crimes against transient populations. Most disturbing to Martinez was her growing realization that the killer appeared to be escalating both in frequency and in the level of violence inflicted upon victims. Recent crime scenes had shown evidence of prolonged torture and ritualistic positioning of bodies that indicated the murders were becoming increasingly important to the killer's psychological satisfaction. Martinez recognized these patterns as warning signs that the killer was entering a phase where his compulsions might overwhelm his caution, potentially leading to even more brazen and frequent attacks. The investigative challenges Martinez faced were compounded by departmental resource limitations and competing priorities. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department was dealing with budget cuts, personnel shortages, and pressure to focus resources on crimes that generated more public attention and political pressure. Homeless murders, regardless of their brutality or frequency, simply didn't command the same level of departmental commitment as crimes involving housed victims or those that occurred in more affluent communities. Martinez had begun conducting her own off-duty investigation, using personal time and resources to follow leads that the department couldn't officially pursue. She had developed a network of informants within the homeless community and had begun mapping the geographic and temporal patterns of Walker's crimes with a level of detail that exceeded anything in the official case files. Through this independent investigation, Martinez had identified several witnesses who had encountered a man matching Walker's general description in the vicinity of multiple crime scenes. The descriptions were frustratingly vague and often contradictory, but they suggested someone who was actively targeting homeless individuals and who possessed the social skills necessary to gain their trust before attacking. Martinez had also begun to suspect that the Rancho Dominguez murders were connected to similar crimes occurring throughout the greater Los Angeles area. She had identified at least a dozen additional homeless murders that shared enough characteristics with her cases to suggest they might be the work of the same killer. If her theory was correct, Walker's actual victim count was far higher than anyone had realized, and his hunting grounds encompassed a territory that spanned multiple jurisdictions. The bureaucratic obstacles to investigating a multi-jurisdictional serial killer were enormous. Different police departments often failed to share information effectively, and the lack of a centralized database for tracking crimes against homeless individuals meant that patterns could remain invisible even when they were occurring across adjacent communities. Martinez understood that Walker's success was as much a product of systemic failures in law enforcement coordination as it was of his individual cunning and preparation. As 2003 progressed, Walker's psychological state had begun to show signs of deterioration despite his continued operational success. The intervals between murders had decreased significantly, suggesting that his compulsive need to kill was becoming more powerful than his rational understanding of the risks involved. Walker had also begun experiencing what he described to himself as hunting dreams, elaborate fantasies about future murders that occupied his thoughts during periods when he wasn't actively stalking victims. These psychological changes were accompanied by behavioral alterations that made Walker increasingly visible to the communities where he operated. Several homeless individuals had reported encounters with a man who asked unusually detailed questions about their living situations, their social connections, and their daily routines. While none of these encounters had resulted in immediate violence, they had created an atmosphere of suspicion and fear that was beginning to interfere with Walker's ability to approach potential victims. Walker's response to these challenges was to expand his hunting grounds even further, traveling throughout Southern California in search of homeless populations that hadn't been warned about his activities. This expansion brought him into contact with investigative jurisdictions that had no knowledge of the Rancho Dominguez murders and no reason to suspect that a serial killer was operating in their territories. The stage was now set for the final phase of Walker's criminal career, a period that would see his most audacious murders, his closest calls with capture, and ultimately the mistake that would bring his reign of terror to an end. Walker had reached the peak of his abilities as a predator, but he had also reached the psychological point where his compulsions were becoming stronger than his survival instincts, setting up the conditions for his eventual downfall. The summer of 2019 brought an oppressive heat to Southern California that seemed to press down upon the sprawling urban landscape like a suffocating blanket. But for Tracy Walker, now approaching his 60th year and having perfected his craft across nearly 3 decades of systematic murder, the weather provided perfect cover for his increasingly frequent hunting expeditions. Walker had evolved far beyond the careful predator who had first stalked the streets of Rancho Dominguez. He had become something approaching a force of nature, a human embodiment of death that moved through society's margins with the confidence of someone who believed himself truly untouchable. Walker's victim count had long since exceeded any accurate tallying, with bodies scattered across multiple states and jurisdictions in a pattern so diffuse that no single investigative agency had been able to comprehend the full scope of his activities. Conservative estimates placed his kill count in the dozens, but Walker himself had lost precise track of the number, as many of his victims had been so expertly concealed that their remains would never be discovered. For Walker, the individual murders had begun to blur together into a continuous narrative of domination and destruction that had become the defining characteristic of his existence. The psychological transformation Walker had undergone was as complete as it was terrifying. Where once he had killed to satisfy specific compulsions or eliminate potential witnesses, he now murdered simply because the act of taking life had become as natural and necessary to him as breathing. Walker no longer experienced the careful planning periods that had characterized his earlier crimes. Instead, he moved through the world in a state of constant readiness to kill, identifying and eliminating targets with the casual efficiency of someone swatting insects. This psychological shift had been accompanied by a dangerous deterioration in Walker's operational security. The methodical caution that had protected him for decades had been gradually replaced by a reckless confidence born from years of successful kills and narrow escapes. Walker had begun to believe that his experience and intelligence made him fundamentally superior to law enforcement, and this arrogance was manifesting itself in increasingly careless behavior that left more evidence and attracted more attention with each passing month. Detective Sarah Martinez, now a lieutenant with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and widely recognized as one of California's leading experts on crimes against homeless populations, had never stopped investigating what she now called the invisible killer case. Martinez had spent the better part of 2 decades mapping Walker's activities, and her unofficial case files contained evidence linking him to more than 40 murders across 7 states. She had become obsessed with capturing Walker, not just as a professional obligation, but as a personal mission that had consumed much of her adult life. Martinez's investigation had evolved far beyond traditional police work. She had developed relationships with homeless advocacy groups, social workers, and medical examiners throughout the western United States, creating an informal intelligence network that fed her information about suspicious deaths and missing persons cases. Martinez understood that Walker's success depended on society's indifference to homeless deaths, and she had made it her mission to ensure that these victims weren't forgotten or ignored. The breakthrough in Martinez's investigation came from an unexpected source: a forensic genealogy analysis conducted by a private laboratory that specialized in identifying victims of violent crimes. A partial DNA profile recovered from one of Walker's crime scenes in 2017 had been processed through genealogical databases, and the results had identified several potential familial matches that pointed investigators toward a specific geographic region and demographic profile. Martinez had immediately recognized the significance of these findings. For the first time in her decades-long investigation, she had scientific evidence that could potentially identify Walker or at least narrow the suspect pool to a manageable number of individuals. The DNA analysis suggested that Walker was likely a white male between the ages of 45 and 65, with ancestral ties to the Midwest and a family history that included several individuals who had been incarcerated for violent crimes. Armed with this new intelligence, Martinez began the painstaking process of cross-referencing the genealogical data with criminal records, parole databases, and missing persons reports. The investigation required months of careful analysis, but Martinez's persistence eventually led her to Tracy Walker's name and his 1990s conviction for voluntary manslaughter. When Martinez pulled Walker's case file and compared his known movements with the geographic and temporal patterns of the Invisible Killer murders, the correlation was so precise that it took her breath away. Walker's current address, employment history, and vehicle registration information painted a picture of someone whose life had been structured around his ability to hunt victims across multiple jurisdictions. He worked as a freelance handyman, a job that provided him with legitimate reasons to travel throughout Southern California and allowed him to maintain irregular schedules that would accommodate extended hunting trips. His van had been modified with sleeping quarters and storage compartments that would allow him to live off-grid for weeks at a time while stalking potential victims. Martinez understood that she was finally closing in on one of the most prolific serial killers in California history, but she also recognized that Walker's decades of experience made him an extremely dangerous quarry. Any premature move or investigative misstep could alert Walker to the surveillance and potentially trigger a violent confrontation, or allow him to escape to another jurisdiction where the investigation would have to begin from scratch. The task force that Martinez assembled to apprehend Walker represented the culmination of 20 years of investigative work and included specialists from multiple law enforcement agencies, federal investigators with experience in serial homicide cases, and psychiatric experts who could provide insight into Walker's psychological profile. The operation was conducted with absolute secrecy, as any leak of information could potentially warn Walker and compromise the entire investigation. Walker, meanwhile, had begun to sense that something was changing in his operational environment. Several of his recent hunting expeditions had encountered unexpected police presence in areas that were normally unmonitored, and he had noticed what appeared to be increased coordination between different law enforcement agencies in their approach to homeless-related crimes. Walker's paranoia, finely tuned by decades of avoiding detection, had begun to suggest that his activities were attracting more attention than usual. Rather than responding to these warning signs with increased caution, Walker's reaction demonstrated the complete psychological deterioration that had been building for years. Instead of reducing his activities or temporarily relocating to a different hunting ground, Walker decided to accelerate his timeline and conduct what he privately described as his masterpiece murder. A killing so audacious and brutal that it would serve as the ultimate demonstration of his superiority over both his victims and the law enforcement officers who had failed to capture him. Walker's final victim was selected with the same methodical precision that had characterized his earlier crimes, but the psychological motivations behind the choice revealed the extent of his mental deterioration. Rather than targeting another anonymous homeless individual, Walker had chosen a victim who maintained connections with local social services and was actively working with advocates to secure permanent housing. This individual represented exactly the type of high-visibility target that Walker had avoided throughout his career, but his compulsions had reached a point where rational decision-making was no longer possible. The murder took place in an abandoned warehouse complex that Walker had been using as a kill site for several months. The location had been chosen for its isolation from residential areas and its proximity to transportation routes that would allow Walker to dispose of evidence in multiple locations. Walker had prepared the site with the same attention to detail that characterized all of his operations, installing sound-dampening materials and ensuring that multiple escape routes were available if the location was compromised during the murder. Walker's final kill represented the culmination of nearly 30 years of psychological evolution and technical refinement. He had planned for the encounter to last several hours, during which he would subject his victim to every torture technique he had developed over the course of his criminal career. Walker intended for this murder to serve as both a personal celebration of his achievements and a final demonstration of his complete dominance over human life. The victim's disappearance triggered an immediate and intensive search operation that exceeded anything Walker had previously encountered. Unlike his earlier targets, this individual was expected at specific locations and was missed within hours of failing to appear for scheduled appointments. The search involved multiple law enforcement agencies, volunteer groups, and social service organizations, creating a level of investigative attention that made Walker's usual disposal methods impossible to execute. Martinez, who had been monitoring Walker's activities through electronic surveillance and physical observation, recognized that his selection of a high-visibility victim represented either a catastrophic error in judgment or a deliberate escalation that indicated he was preparing for some kind of final confrontation with law enforcement. Either scenario suggested that Walker was entering the most dangerous phase of his criminal career, where his actions would become increasingly unpredictable and potentially catastrophic. The tactical team that Martinez deployed to apprehend Walker was composed of officers with extensive experience in high-risk arrests and situations involving armed suspects with histories of extreme violence. The operation was planned with the assumption that Walker would resist arrest and that he might attempt to kill additional victims or law enforcement officers during the apprehension process. Walker's capture occurred at the warehouse complex where he had conducted his final murder, as he was in the process of disposing of evidence and preparing to relocate to a different hunting ground. The tactical team's approach was coordinated to prevent Walker from accessing any of his prepared escape routes while minimizing the risk of a prolonged standoff that could result in additional casualties. When Walker realized that he was surrounded and that escape was impossible, his reaction revealed the complete psychological collapse that had been building for months. Rather than attempting to negotiate or surrender, Walker began screaming confessions to murders he had committed decades earlier, providing details about victim identities and body locations that investigators had been seeking for years. The psychological dam that had contained Walker's memories and guilt for 30 years had finally burst, releasing a torrent of information that would keep investigators busy for months. Walker's arrest marked the end of one of the longest and most extensive serial killing sprees in American criminal history. The subsequent investigation revealed the true scope of his activities, with evidence linking him to murders in 7 states and a victim count that exceeded 50 individuals. The geographic and temporal range of Walker's crimes had prevented any single law enforcement agency from recognizing the full pattern of his activities, allowing him to operate virtually undetected for 3 decades. The trial that followed Walker's arrest became a landmark case in the prosecution of serial homicides, with legal proceedings that lasted nearly 2 years and involved testimony from hundreds of witnesses. Walker's defense team attempted to argue that his crimes were the result of mental illness and that he deserved treatment rather than punishment. But the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and the systematic nature of his murders made such arguments impossible to sustain. Walker's conviction on multiple counts of first-degree murder resulted in a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would spend the remainder of his life in custody. The psychological evaluations conducted during his incarceration revealed a mind so thoroughly corrupted by decades of violence that rehabilitation was considered impossible, and Walker was classified as presenting a permanent danger to any population where he might be placed. The impact of Walker's crimes extended far beyond his immediate victims to encompass the entire homeless community of Southern California and the law enforcement agencies that had struggled for decades to protect society's most vulnerable members. Walker's case became a catalyst for significant changes in how crimes against homeless individuals are investigated and prosecuted, with new protocols designed to prevent future serial killers from exploiting the same systemic vulnerabilities that had protected Walker for so long. Detective Lieutenant Sarah Martinez, now retired, continues to work with victim advocacy groups and law enforcement agencies to ensure that the lessons learned from the Walker investigation are applied to current cases involving crimes against transient populations. Her dedication to bringing Walker to justice became a model for how individual investigators can make a difference in cases that might otherwise be forgotten or ignored by the broader criminal justice system. Walker himself remains incarcerated in a maximum security facility, where he spends most of his time in solitary confinement due to the extreme nature of his crimes and the threat he poses to other inmates. Prison officials report that Walker shows no remorse for his actions and continues to fantasize about the murders he committed, suggesting that his psychological condition has not improved during his imprisonment. The final tally of Walker's victims may never be known with complete certainty, as many of his earliest crimes involved individuals whose disappearances were never reported and whose remains may never be discovered. Conservative estimates place his victim count at 52 confirmed murders, but investigators believe the actual number could exceed 70 individuals when accounting for his unreported activities during the 1990s and early 2000s. The communities that Walker terrorized for decades are still recovering from the psychological trauma of his crimes. Homeless advocacy groups report that the fear and suspicion Walker created continue to influence how vulnerable individuals approach offers of assistance from strangers, and many of the areas where he operated most frequently remain largely abandoned by the populations he once hunted. Tracy Walker's story serves as a chilling reminder of how society's indifference to its most vulnerable members can create opportunities for predators to operate with virtual impunity. His crimes represent not just individual acts of violence, but systematic failures in social services, law enforcement coordination, and community awareness that allowed a monster to hunt among us for 30 years while remaining essentially invisible to those with the power to stop him. The nightmare that began in the streets of Rancho Dominguez finally ended in a maximum security prison cell, but the scars left by Walker's decades of violence will remain with the communities he terrorized for generations to come. His legacy serves as both a warning about the dangers that can emerge from society's blind spots and a testament to the dedication of investigators like Sarah Martinez, who refused to allow his victims to be forgotten or his crimes to go unpunished. In the suffocating silence of his prison cell, Tracy Walker faces the reality that his reign of terror has finally ended. His victims have been remembered, and justice, though delayed by decades, has ultimately prevailed. The predator who once believed himself untouchable now spends his remaining years as society's captive, a living reminder of the consequences that await those who choose to prey upon the innocent and the forgotten. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, The Merry Widow of Windy Nook, a tale of poison and betrayal. A grandmother, sitting peacefully in her kitchen, sipping afternoon tea while the bodies of 4 men rot in cold graves, all bearing her name, all victims of her calculated cruelty. She smiles warmly at neighbors, tends her garden with gentle hands. Yet those same hands have measured deadly doses of arsenic and cockroach poison with the precision of a pharmacist dispensing death. This is no ordinary tale of domestic violence or crime of passion. This is the chilling saga of Mary Elizabeth Wilson, the woman who turned marriage into murder, love into liquidation, and trust into a tombstone. From the grimy streets of Windy Nook to the gallows of Durham Prison, we'll unravel how one woman's insatiable hunger for money transformed her into Britain's most methodical matrimonial killer. For husbands, for mysterious deaths, one deadly pattern. Welcome to the terrifying true story of the Merry Widow who made widowhood a business venture written in blood. The industrial smog of County Durham hung like a funeral shroud over Chesterley Street in 1889, the year Mary Elizabeth Cassidy drew her first breath. Born into grinding poverty that gnawed at families like a persistent disease, she entered a world where survival meant clawing your way up from the muck, no matter who you stepped on during the ascent. The youngest of 6 children, Mary watched hunger hollow out her siblings' cheeks and poverty strip away their dreams like paint peeling from weathered walls. Her mother's death arrived like a cruel winter, sudden and merciless, when Mary was still young enough to believe in fairness. The woman who had birthed 6 children and struggled to feed them all simply stopped breathing one gray morning, leaving behind a father who remarried with indecent haste and a daughter who learned her first bitter lesson about the disposability of women in a man's world. The new stepmother brought her own children, cramming even more mouths into their already overcrowded hovel, and Mary found herself pushed to the margins of her own family, invisible, unwanted, already learning to scheme for scraps of attention and affection. Those formative years carved something dark and calculating into Mary's character. While other children played with dolls and dreamed of fairy tales, she observed the power dynamics around her with the intensity of a predator studying prey. She watched her father's new wife manipulate him with tears and tender words, noticed how the prettier girls in her neighborhood attracted better prospects, and absorbed the harsh truth that a woman's survival often depended on her ability to ensnare and control the men around her. The coal mines that honeycombed the landscape offered employment for the men, but death lurked in every tunnel and explosion waited behind every pickaxe strike. Mary saw widows created daily, women transformed from wives to mourners in the span of a single cave-in or gas leak. But she also noticed something else: How some of these newly minted widows seemed to manage their grief remarkably well, especially when insurance money or inheritance materialized. The seed of a terrible idea began to germinate in her young mind. School proved an intermittent luxury for the Cassidy children, but Mary possessed a sharp intelligence that made her stand out even when she could attend. Teachers noted her quick grasp of mathematics and her ability to memorize complex information with unsettling accuracy. She could calculate costs and percentages in her head, while other students struggled with basic arithmetic, a skill that would later prove invaluable in her dark career. But perhaps more telling was her talent for reading people, understanding their weaknesses, their desires, their fears with an intuition that bordered on supernatural. By her teenage years, Mary had blossomed into an attractive young woman with auburn hair and pale green eyes that seemed to hold secrets. She had learned to use her appearance as a weapon, smiling sweetly while her mind calculated angles and advantages. The young men of Chesterley Street found themselves drawn to her like moths to a flame, never suspecting that this particular flame would consume them entirely. Her first taste of death's financial rewards came through her employment with the Knowles family, where she worked as a domestic servant. The household was well appointed, the family prosperous, and Mary observed their comfortable lifestyle with the hungry eyes of someone who had never known such luxury. When the elderly patriarch of the family fell ill, Mary found herself assigned as his caregiver, tending to his medications and meals with apparent devotion. She watched him waste away, noted how his suffering affected the family's finances, and began to understand the terrible mathematics of mortality. It was during this period that Mary met John Knowles, the family's youngest son, a man 23 years her senior who had remained unmarried and seemed destined for bachelorhood. Where others might have seen an unlikely romantic prospect, Mary perceived an opportunity wrapped in vulnerability. John was lonely, set in his ways, and possessed a comfortable income from his share of the family business. Most importantly, he was susceptible to the attention of an attractive young woman who listened to his stories and laughed at his jokes with apparent genuine interest. Their courtship, if it could be called that, was a masterclass in manipulation. Mary positioned herself as the perfect companion, attentive but not clingy, interested but not demanding, always available when John needed comfort but never imposing her own needs. She studied his habits like a scientist examining specimens, learning that he preferred his tea strong, his meals punctual, and his evenings peaceful. She discovered his fears about growing old alone, his anxiety about the family business, and his deep-seated need for someone to appreciate his stories about the good old days. When John finally proposed in 1912, Mary accepted with tears of joy that masked her inner calculations. At 23, she was marrying a man of 46 who possessed property, savings, and most crucially, a trusting nature that bordered on naivety. The wedding was modest but respectable, attended by John's family members who privately wondered what this beautiful young woman saw in their aging relative, but were grateful that someone had finally taken him off their hands. The early years of marriage revealed Mary's true nature with gradual, terrifying clarity. She was an attentive wife in public, playing the role of devoted spouse with Oscar-worthy performance. But privately, she began the slow, methodical process of isolating John from his family and friends, creating a dependency that would prove fatal. She convinced him that his relatives were jealous of their happiness, that his friends were too coarse for a refined married man, and that their home should be their sanctuary from the cruel world outside. As John's social circle shrank, Mary's control expanded. She took over the household finances, claiming that such mundane matters were beneath his notice. She began monitoring his health with obsessive attention, expressing concern about every cough, every moment of fatigue, every sign of aging. To John, this seemed like loving care, but Mary was actually conducting a comprehensive study of his physical condition, noting his symptoms, documenting his complaints, and building a medical history that would later prove invaluable. The isolation was so gradual, so carefully orchestrated, that John never recognized it as imprisonment. Mary had transformed their home into a gilded cage, with herself as the sole keeper of the keys. She controlled who visited, what information reached him, and increasingly what he consumed. His meals came from her hands, his medications were measured by her careful fingers, and his trust in her grew so complete that he never questioned her ministrations. But perhaps most chilling was Mary's emotional detachment from the man she had vowed to love until death parted them. She felt no affection for John, no guilt about her deception, no remorse about her ultimate intentions. He was simply a problem to be solved, a financial resource to be harvested, a stepping stone on her path to prosperity. She had learned to mimic love so perfectly that even she sometimes forgot she was performing. But the cold calculation never left her heart. The community around them saw only what Mary wanted them to see. A devoted young wife caring for her aging husband with saint-like patience. They admired her apparent sacrifice in marrying an older man, praised her dedication to his comfort, and never suspected that they were witnessing the slow-motion execution of a carefully planned murder. Mary had discovered her calling, her twisted talent, her pathway to the prosperity she had always craved. As John's health began to decline, whether naturally or with assistance, Mary played the role of concerned wife to perfection. She consulted doctors, sought second opinions, and appeared genuinely distraught by his suffering. But behind her tearful eyes, a different kind of calculation was taking place. She was studying the process of death like a student preparing for the most important examination of her life. The transformation was complete. The poverty-stricken girl from Chesterley Street had evolved into something far more dangerous. A woman who understood that in a world where females had few opportunities, marriage could become murder, and murder could become money. John Knowles had no idea that his loving wife was actually his executioner, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to complete her first masterpiece of matrimonial murder. The seeds of destruction had been planted, watered with deception, and nurtured with calculated cruelty. Soon, they would bear their first deadly fruit, and Mary Elizabeth Wilson would begin her reign as the most methodical murderess in British criminal history. The monster had been made, and she was ready to feed. The winter of 1956 descended upon Windy Nook like a predator stalking its prey, bringing with it the bitter cold that would soon claim its first victim. But the true chill came not from the howling winds that rattled the windows of the Wilson household, but from the calculating mind of Mary Elizabeth Wilson as she prepared to execute her first husband with the precision of a surgeon and the coldness of an executioner. John Knowles, now her husband of 44 years, had aged into a frail shadow of the man who had once courted her with nervous excitement. Time had carved deep lines into his weathered face, stooped his shoulders, and transformed his once steady hands into trembling appendages that could barely hold a teacup. But age had also brought something far more valuable to Mary's calculating eyes: a substantial life insurance policy and a will that left everything to his devoted wife. The poison Mary had chosen for her husband was as methodical as her planning. Phosphorus, a substance she could obtain legitimately under the guise of rat control. The old Victorian house seemed perpetually plagued with rodents, providing the perfect cover for her regular purchases of the deadly compound. She had studied its effects with the dedication of a medical student, learning precisely how much would cause illness, how much would cause agony, and how much would cause death while mimicking natural causes. John's decline began imperceptibly, like morning mist gathering before a storm. He complained of stomach pains that Mary attributed to his advancing years, treated with the tender concern of a loving wife who brought him special meals prepared with her own hands. Each spoonful contained carefully measured doses of death, administered with kisses and words of comfort that made her performance all the more grotesque. The symptoms escalated with terrifying predictability. John's appetite vanished as his digestive system began shutting down. His skin took on a sickly pallor that made neighbors whisper about his failing health, and his energy drained away like water through a cracked vessel. Mary played her role to perfection, appearing at his bedside with cool cloths and soothing words, while internally calculating how long the process would take, and how much she would inherit when it was complete. The local doctor, Dr. Harrison, became a regular visitor to the Wilson household during those final weeks. Mary greeted him with red-rimmed eyes and trembling hands, speaking in hushed tones about her husband's mysterious illness that seemed to defy diagnosis. She described his symptoms with the detailed accuracy of someone who had caused them, providing medical intelligence that helped establish a pattern of natural decline rather than deliberate poisoning. "Doctor, I'm so worried about him," she would whisper, wringing her hands with apparent anguish. He's been suffering so terribly, and I feel so helpless watching him waste away. I've tried everything, special broths, tonics, even those expensive vitamins from London. Nothing seems to help. Her performance was so convincing that Dr. Harrison actually comforted her, praising her dedication and assuring her that she was doing everything possible for her ailing husband. But the most chilling aspect of Mary's behavior was her ability to switch between genuine affection and calculated cruelty within the span of heartbeats. She could kiss John's fevered forehead with apparent tenderness, then immediately begin planning how to redecorate their home with his insurance money. She could hold his hand as he writhed in agony, while mentally composing the letter she would send to the insurance company the moment he stopped breathing. The neighbors of Windy Nook watched this domestic tragedy unfold with the mixture of sympathy and morbid fascination that accompanies any prolonged death. They brought casseroles and offered prayers, praised Mary's devoted nursing, and speculated about what she would do when she became a widow. None of them suspected that they were witnessing not a natural death, but a carefully orchestrated execution performed by a woman who had transformed murder into an art form. John's final days were a symphony of suffering that Mary conducted with masterful precision. She controlled his access to visitors, claiming that excitement might worsen his condition, ensuring that no one could witness too much of his decline or ask uncomfortable questions. She managed his medications, telling Dr. Harrison that she wanted to spare him the indignity of constant medical examinations, while actually preventing anyone from conducting tests that might reveal the poison coursing through his system. The death itself came on a gray January morning when the winter light filtered through frost-covered windows like a blessing from heaven. John Knowles drew his final breath with his wife's hand clasped in his own, her tears falling on his face as she whispered words of love that carried all the sincerity of a professional mourner. Mary had timed everything perfectly. The insurance was current, the will was valid, and the cause of death would be attributed to natural causes brought on by advanced age and failing health. Dr. Harrison signed the death certificate with sympathy for the grieving widow, listing heart failure as the primary cause of death, a diagnosis that seemed perfectly reasonable for a man of John's advanced years who had been suffering from a mysterious wasting illness. The funeral preparations began immediately, with Mary playing the role of devastated widow with such conviction that even she began to believe her own performance. The funeral of John Knowles was a masterpiece of theatrical grief. Mary appeared dressed in elegant black attire that somehow managed to be both appropriately mournful and subtly flattering, her face pale with sorrow that seemed genuine to every observer. She accepted condolences with quiet dignity, thanked mourners for their kind words about her departed husband, and spoke eloquently about their many happy years together. But the most disturbing moment came during the graveside service, when Mary was observed whispering what appeared to be a final farewell to her husband's coffin. Those close enough to hear assumed she was speaking words of love and eternal devotion. In reality, she was calculating exactly how much money she would receive from his various insurance policies and estimating when the probate process would be complete. The insurance settlement arrived with gratifying speed, bringing Mary a substantial sum that transformed her from comfortable housewife to wealthy widow almost overnight. She accepted the money with expressions of gratitude tempered by grief, explaining to the insurance agents that while no amount could replace her beloved husband, she was thankful for his foresight in providing for her future security. With John's death successfully accomplished and his money safely in her possession, Mary began to experience something she had never felt before: the intoxicating rush of complete power over life and death. She had committed the perfect murder, fooled doctors and neighbors alike, and transformed herself from dependent wife to independent woman of means. The sense of accomplishment was as addictive as any drug, filling her with a confidence that bordered on invincibility. But the money, substantial though it was, would not last forever. Mary had developed expensive tastes during her years of comfortable marriage, and the prospect of eventually returning to financial uncertainty filled her with dread. She had proven that murder could be both profitable and perfectly safe when executed with sufficient cunning and patience. The logical conclusion was as inevitable as it was terrifying. If one husband could provide financial security through his death, then multiple husbands could provide wealth beyond her wildest dreams. The grieving period Mary observed was carefully calculated to appear appropriate while not lasting longer than necessary. She wore black for exactly the socially acceptable duration, spoke of her loss with just the right mixture of sadness and acceptance, and gradually began to rebuild her social life with the determination of someone who had important work yet to accomplish. Her transformation from mourning widow to eligible woman was as methodical as everything else she did. She began appearing at social functions again, accepting invitations to church gatherings and community events where unmarried or widowed men might be encountered. Her story was perfect. A devoted wife who had lost her husband to natural causes. A woman of modest means seeking companionship rather than financial support. A mature lady who understood the value of a good marriage and the importance of caring for one's spouse. The reputation Mary had built during John's illness now served her perfectly. Everyone remembered how devoted she had been, how tirelessly she had nursed him through his final weeks, how gracefully she had handled his death and funeral arrangements. She was exactly the kind of woman any sensible man would want as a companion, experienced in marriage, comfortable with domestic responsibilities, and apparently blessed with both loyalty and emotional stability. As summer arrived and the memory of John's death began to fade into community history, Mary began the careful process of selecting her next target. She attended church socials with renewed enthusiasm, joined women's groups where conversation inevitably turned to the eligible men in their community, and cultivated friendships with women whose husbands had unmarried brothers or widowed friends. The hunt had begun again, but this time Mary brought the confidence of experience and the knowledge that her methods were foolproof. She had learned that people saw exactly what they expected to see, heard precisely what they wanted to hear, and never questioned appearances that confirmed their preconceived notions. She was no longer an amateur experimenting with murder. She had become a professional killer whose next victim was already being selected with the cold precision of a hunter choosing prey. The first harvest of death had been gathered, and Mary Elizabeth Wilson had tasted the intoxicating combination of power, money, and successful deception. The monster she had become now understood that murder was not just profitable. It was her true calling, her pathway to the prosperity she had always craved, and the foundation upon which she would build her empire of death. The summer of 1956 brought with it a transformation in Mary Wilson that was as calculated as it was chilling. The grieving widow of winter had metamorphosed into an eligible woman of independent means, her mourning attire gradually giving way to more vibrant colors that complemented her auburn hair and pale green eyes. But behind this carefully constructed facade of renewed vitality lurked the predatory instincts of a killer who had tasted success and hungered for more. Mary's second victim materialized from the congregation of St. Bartholomew's Church, where she had become a regular attendee with the devotion of someone seeking either salvation or prey. Oliver Leonard possessed all the qualities she now recognized as essential. He was a widower of comfortable means, lonely enough to be susceptible to romantic attention, and trusting enough to invite a virtual stranger into his life without the suspicion that might have saved him. Oliver was a retired railway clerk, 68 years old, whose pension and modest savings represented exactly the kind of financial security that made Mary's pulse quicken with anticipation rather than affection. His late wife had been dead for 3 years, long enough for the acute grief to fade but recent enough that he still spoke of her with the tender reverence of genuine love, an emotion that Mary observed with the clinical interest of a scientist studying an unfamiliar specimen. Their courtship began with the innocent collision of two people reaching for the same hymnal during Sunday service, an accident that Mary had orchestrated with the precision of a theatrical director staging a crucial scene. Her embarrassed smile, her gentle apology, and her offer to share the book created the foundation for conversations that would eventually lead Oliver Leonard to his grave. "I'm terribly sorry," she whispered, her fingers brushing his as they both grasped the worn leather cover. "How clumsy of me." Her voice carried just the right note of feminine distress that made Oliver's protective instincts surge to the surface like a knight responding to a damsel's call for assistance. "Not at all, Mrs. Wilson," Oliver replied, his weathered face flushing with the excitement of unexpected social interaction. "Please, we can easily share. The hymns are better when sung in harmony anyway." The innocent comment would prove prophetic in ways he could never have imagined. Mary would indeed create a deadly harmony between their lives, but only one of them would survive the final note. The weeks that followed revealed Mary's extraordinary talent for reading human psychology and exploiting emotional vulnerabilities with surgical precision. She learned that Oliver spent his evenings alone, eating solitary dinners while listening to radio programs that filled his empty house with voices of strangers. She discovered his love for gardening, his pride in the roses his late wife had planted, and his deep loneliness that made him vulnerable to the attention of any woman who showed genuine interest in his stories and opinions. Mary positioned herself as the perfect companion for a man in Oliver's circumstances. She expressed fascination with his tales of railway life, admired photographs of his departed wife with what appeared to be genuine respect, and gradually began accompanying him on walks through the neighborhood gardens where he could display his horticultural knowledge. Their relationship developed with the measured pace of a funeral march, each step bringing Oliver closer to his destiny, while appearing to offer him the promise of renewed happiness. The transition from friendship to romance occurred with seamless inevitability. Mary allowed Oliver to comfort her during moments when she spoke wistfully about her late husband, creating opportunities for physical contact that seemed spontaneous but were actually carefully planned. A hand placed trustingly on his arm, tears that required his handkerchief to dry, conversations about loneliness that drew them closer together like conspirators sharing secrets. Every gesture was designed to make Oliver feel needed, wanted, and ultimately indispensable to her happiness. "You know, Oliver," she confided one evening as they sat in his garden, watching the sunset paint his roses in shades of gold and crimson, "I never thought I could feel comfortable with another man after John passed. But you have such a gentle way about you, such kindness. You make me remember what it feels like to be cherished." The words were delivered with such apparent sincerity that Oliver felt his heart racing like a schoolboy experiencing his first crush. Their marriage in October 1956 was a modest affair, attended by a few friends from church and neighbors who expressed delight that two lonely souls had found comfort in each other's company. Mary wore a dress of pale blue silk that made her eyes luminous with what observers interpreted as happiness, but which actually reflected the inner glow of a predator who had successfully ensnared her prey. The honeymoon period lasted exactly long enough for Mary to assess Oliver's financial situation, update his will to reflect their new marital status, and ensure that his life insurance policies listed her as the primary beneficiary. She played the role of devoted newlywed with consummate skill, cooking his favorite meals, tending to his comfort, and creating an atmosphere of domestic tranquility that made Oliver believe he had found late-life happiness beyond his wildest dreams. But as the winter of 1956 deepened into the killing cold of early 1957, Mary began her deadly routine once again. The same phosphorus that had claimed John Knowles now found its way into Oliver Leonard's system, administered with the same methodical precision that had made her first murder so successful. She had learned from experience how to calibrate the doses, how to manage the symptoms, and how to present herself as the devoted wife nursing her husband through mysterious illness. Oliver's decline followed the now familiar pattern that Mary orchestrated with the skill of a conductor directing a funeral symphony. His appetite disappeared as the poison systematically destroyed his digestive system. His strength ebbed away like tide retreating from a shore, and his faith in his wife's loving care remained unshaken even as her ministrations were literally killing him. The symptoms this time were even more horrific than those that had claimed John Knowles, perhaps because Mary had refined her technique or simply because Oliver's older, frilier constitution made him more susceptible to the poison's devastating effects. He experienced agonizing stomach cramps that doubled him over in pain, violent nausea that left him weak and dehydrated, and a gradual deterioration that transformed him from a vigorous retiree into a wasted shell of humanity within a matter of weeks. Mary's performance during Oliver's illness reached new heights of theatrical brilliance. She summoned doctors with tearful urgency, described his symptoms with the accuracy of someone who had caused them, and appeared so genuinely distraught that medical professionals actually offered her sedatives to help cope with the stress of watching her husband suffer. "Dr. Thompson, I'm at my wit's end," she sobbed during one of the physician's visits. "Poor Oliver is in such terrible pain, and nothing seems to help. I've tried everything you've suggested, followed every instruction to the letter, but he just keeps getting worse. I can't bear to see him suffering like this." Her tears were real enough. Tears of frustration that the process was taking longer than expected, tears of impatience as she waited for the insurance money to become available. The medical establishment of Windy Nook found itself baffled by Oliver Leonard's mysterious ailment, conducting consultations and examinations that revealed nothing more than the symptoms of a man dying from unknown causes. The poison Mary used was sophisticated enough to mimic various natural diseases, creating a medical puzzle that kept doctors guessing while their patients slowly succumbed to deliberate murder disguised as mysterious illness. Oliver's final weeks were a masterpiece of calculated cruelty that revealed the true depths of Mary's psychopathic nature. She could sit beside his bed for hours, holding his hand while he writhed in agony, speaking softly about their future together, while knowing that his only future was the grave she had prepared for him. She could kiss his forehead with apparent tenderness while mentally calculating how long the dying process would continue and whether she needed to adjust the dosage to accelerate his demise. The most disturbing aspect of Mary's behavior was her ability to feel genuine annoyance when Oliver's death took longer than anticipated. She had expected the process to follow the same timeline as John's demise, but Oliver's constitution proved more resilient than she had calculated. His prolonged suffering began to interfere with her social schedule and delay her access to his financial resources, creating a practical problem that she solved by gradually increasing the doses of poison until his system could no longer mount any resistance. Death finally claimed Oliver Leonard on a bitter February morning in 1957, less than 4 months after their wedding day. Mary's grief performance had been refined through experience, and she played the role of devastated widow with such conviction that even she sometimes forgot she was acting. Her tears at his deathbed were supplemented by carefully timed fainting spells and episodes of hysteria that convinced everyone present that she was genuinely shattered by the loss of her second husband. The funeral arrangements followed the same pattern as John's service, with Mary accepting condolences with dignified sorrow while internally calculating the financial benefits of her widowhood. Oliver's death was attributed to gastric complications brought on by age and possibly aggravated by the stress of adjusting to married life, a diagnosis that satisfied both the medical community and the insurance investigators who processed Mary's claim with sympathetic efficiency. But the most chilling moment came when Mary stood beside Oliver's grave during the burial service, ostensibly saying a final farewell to the man she had promised to love until death parted them. While mourners assumed she was whispering words of eternal devotion, Mary was actually conducting a mental inventory of her accumulated wealth and considering which potential victim would provide the next installment of her growing fortune. The insurance settlement from Oliver's death provided Mary with even more capital than John's demise had generated, transforming her from comfortable widow to woman of substantial means. She had now proven twice that murder could be both profitable and perfectly safe when executed with sufficient intelligence and patience. The pattern was established, the methods perfected, and the addiction to both money and murder firmly entrenched in her increasingly twisted psyche. As spring arrived and the memory of Oliver's death faded into community history, Mary began to understand that she had discovered her true calling in life. She was not merely a woman who had killed 2 husbands. She had become a professional predator who used marriage as a hunting license and death as a business model. The grieving widow of Windy Nook was ready to seek her next victim, armed with experience, confidence, and the terrifying knowledge that she was completely immune to both guilt and detection. The deadly courtship had ended, but the hunt would continue until Mary Elizabeth Wilson either ran out of victims or made the fatal mistake that would expose her murderous career to the world. For now, she remained the perfect predator, invisible, patient, and absolutely lethal to any man unfortunate enough to believe in her carefully constructed facade of love and devotion. The year 1957 dawned with Mary Wilson's confidence at its absolute zenith, her bank account swollen with the insurance proceeds from 2 perfectly executed murders, and her reputation as a devoted wife tragically widowed by fate's cruel hand firmly established in the community of Windy Nook. But like all predators who mistake pattern for invincibility, Mary was about to discover that success could breed the very carelessness that would ultimately destroy her. Her third victim emerged from the social circles she had cultivated with such deadly precision. Ernest Wilson, a widower whose surname would create the convenient fiction of a widow remarrying within her deceased husband's family. Ernest was 73 years old, possessed of a comfortable pension and modest savings, but more importantly, he carried comprehensive life insurance policies that made Mary's predatory instincts sing with anticipation. The courtship followed Mary's now-perfected template of manufactured romance and calculated vulnerability. She presented herself as a woman seeking companionship rather than financial security, a mature bride who understood the value of marriage and the importance of caring for one's spouse through sickness and health. Ernest, lonely and flattered by the attention of an attractive woman decades younger than himself, never suspected that he was being evaluated not as a romantic partner, but as a financial opportunity with a pulse. Their wedding in September 1957 was even more modest than Mary's previous ceremonies, attended primarily by neighbors who had begun to whisper about the widow's remarkable ability to find love so quickly after each tragic loss. But the whispers were filled with admiration rather than suspicion. Everyone agreed that Mary Wilson possessed an extraordinary capacity for devotion, a woman whose loving nature made her irresistible to lonely men seeking companionship in their twilight years. The honeymoon period with Ernest lasted barely 6 weeks before Mary began her deadly routine for the third time. By now, she had refined her methods to a terrifying degree of efficiency, understanding exactly how much poison would produce which symptoms and precisely how long the dying process would take. She had also learned to manage the emotional performance required to maintain her facade, calculating exactly when to display concern, when to summon medical help, and when to appear overwhelmed by grief. But this time, something went wrong. Ernest Wilson's death on November 15, 1957, followed the familiar pattern of mysterious illness, devoted nursing, and sudden deterioration that had claimed Mary's previous husbands. Dr. Thompson, who had attended both John Knowles and Oliver Leonard during their final illnesses, began to notice disturbing similarities between the three cases. All three men had experienced the same progression of symptoms, all had been cared for exclusively by their devoted wife, and all had died from causes that seemed natural but remained ultimately inexplicable. The doctor's suspicions might have remained private concerns if not for a coincidental conversation with a colleague from a neighboring district who mentioned treating several similar cases involving elderly men married to much younger wives. The pattern that emerged from their discussion was too consistent to ignore. Mysterious gastric ailments, devoted wives who refused outside nursing help, and deaths that occurred just long enough after marriage to avoid immediate suspicion but quickly enough to prevent the victims from changing their wills or insurance policies. Dr. Thompson's decision to contact the local constabulary marked the beginning of Mary Wilson's downfall, though she remained blissfully unaware that her perfect crime had finally attracted official attention. She conducted Ernest's funeral with the same theatrical grief that had served her so well in the past, accepted condolences with dignified sorrow, and began planning how to invest her latest windfall of insurance money. The investigation that would ultimately expose Mary's murderous career began with the kind of meticulous police work that characterized British law enforcement at its finest. Detective Inspector James Morrison, assigned to look into the suspicious pattern of deaths, approached the case with the methodical precision of a scientist conducting a crucial experiment. He began by examining the medical records of all three deceased husbands, looking for commonalities that might reveal whether their deaths were connected by something more sinister than coincidence. The exhumation orders arrived like thunderbolts from a clear sky, catching Mary completely off guard as she sat in her comfortable parlor counting the insurance money from Ernest's death. The legal documents, served by grim-faced constables who treated her with the courtesy due to a grieving widow while suspecting her of being a multiple murderess, represented the first crack in the facade of respectability she had constructed so carefully over the years. John Knowles' body was the first to give up its secrets. Despite having been buried for nearly 2 years, forensic analysis revealed unmistakable traces of phosphorus in his remains, concentrations far too high to have occurred naturally and consistent with deliberate poisoning administered over an extended period. The discovery transformed what had appeared to be natural death into obvious murder, launching a criminal investigation that would ultimately expose the full scope of Mary's deadly career. Oliver Leonard's exhumed corpse told the same horrifying story, his tissues saturated with enough phosphorus to kill a much larger man, the poison preserved in his bones like evidence locked in a vault. Ernest Wilson's body, fresher and therefore easier to analyze, revealed not only phosphorus but traces of other compounds that suggested Mary had been experimenting with different methods of murder, perhaps seeking more efficient ways to kill her victims while avoiding detection. The arrest came on December 11, 1957, as Mary sat in her kitchen enjoying afternoon tea and planning her next matrimonial hunt. Detective Inspector Morrison arrived with a warrant and 2 constables, their faces grave with the knowledge that they were confronting one of the most methodical murderers in British criminal history. Mary's reaction to the charges was a masterpiece of injured innocence, her tears and protests of bewilderment so convincing that even hardened police officers found themselves momentarily questioning whether they had made a terrible mistake. "There must be some error, Inspector," Mary sobbed, her hands trembling as she set down her teacup with the delicate precision of someone maintaining composure through sheer force of will. "I loved my husbands dearly. I nursed them through their illnesses. I mourned them when they passed, and I honored their memories. How can you possibly suggest that I would harm the men I cherished?" Her performance was so convincing that, for a moment, even Morrison wondered if the forensic evidence had somehow been contaminated. But the detective had spent weeks studying Mary's pattern of behavior, analyzing the timeline of her marriages and deaths, and consulting with medical experts who confirmed that the levels of phosphorus found in her husband's remains could only have resulted from deliberate, sustained poisoning. The evidence was overwhelming, undeniable, and painted a portrait of calculated murder that made Mary Wilson one of the most prolific serial killers in British history. The trial of Mary Elizabeth Wilson began on March 15, 1958 at Durham Assizes, drawing crowds of spectators who packed the courtroom to witness the proceedings against the woman newspapers had dubbed the Merry Widow of Windy Nook. The prosecution, led by the formidable Sir Reginald Manningham Butler, presented a case that was as methodical as Mary's murders had been, building an ironclad argument that exposed every detail of her deadly career. The forensic evidence alone was damning enough to convict her a dozen times over. Expert witnesses testified about the phosphorus concentrations found in her victims' remains, explaining in clinical detail how the poison had systematically destroyed their internal organs while mimicking the symptoms of natural illness. The testimony was so graphic, so horrifying in its implications, that several jurors visibly recoiled when shown photographs of the exhumed bodies and charts depicting the progression of phosphorus poisoning. But perhaps even more devastating than the physical evidence was the psychological profile that emerged during the trial. Psychiatrists who had examined Mary described her as a textbook psychopath, a woman completely devoid of empathy, remorse, or normal human emotion, who viewed other people not as fellow human beings but as resources to be exploited and discarded when they were no longer useful. Her ability to mimic love, grief, and devotion was not evidence of deep feeling, but rather proof of her complete emotional emptiness. The prosecution's case methodically dissected each of Mary's marriages, revealing the calculated nature of her courtships, the suspicious timing of her husband's illnesses, and the financial benefits she derived from each death. Sir Reginald painted a portrait of a woman who had transformed marriage into murder and turned widowhood into a profitable business venture conducted with the cold efficiency of a professional killer. "Members of the jury," Sir Reginald declared in his closing argument, his voice carrying the weight of moral authority that made every word resonate through the packed courtroom, "you have heard evidence of crimes so calculated, so utterly devoid of human compassion, that they challenge our understanding of what one person can do to another. The defendant did not kill in passion, did not murder in anger, did not take lives in self-defense. She killed for money, pure and simple, with the cold precision of someone conducting a business transaction. John Knowles, Oliver Leonard, and Ernest Wilson trusted her with their lives, their hearts, and their futures. She repaid that trust with carefully measured doses of death." Mary's defense attorney, Mr. Geoffrey Lawrence, faced an impossible task in attempting to counter the overwhelming evidence of his client's guilt. He argued that the prosecution's case was purely circumstantial, that coincidence could explain the pattern of deaths, and that the forensic evidence might have been contaminated during the exhumation process. But his arguments sounded hollow even to his own ears, and the jury's skeptical expressions made it clear that they were not convinced by his attempts to create reasonable doubt. The most chilling moment of the trial came when Mary herself took the stand in her own defense. Her testimony was a masterclass in manipulation, delivered with the same combination of apparent sincerity and underlying calculation that had made her so successful at attracting and murdering her husbands. She spoke of her love for each man, her grief at their losses, and her bewilderment at being accused of such heinous crimes. "I don't understand how anyone could believe I would hurt my dear husbands," she testified, her voice breaking with what appeared to be genuine emotion. They were everything to me. When John fell ill, I nursed him day and night. When Oliver began suffering, I sought the best medical care available. When Ernest's health failed, I prayed constantly for his recovery. I am not a perfect woman, but I am not a murderess. I am simply a widow who has been extraordinarily unlucky in love. But under cross-examination, cracks began to appear in Mary's carefully constructed facade. Sir Reginald questioned her about the suspicious timing of her marriages, the remarkable speed with which she had recovered from each period of grief, and the financial benefits she had derived from each death. Her answers became evasive, her composure began to slip, and for brief moments, the mask of innocent widowhood fell away to reveal glimpses of the calculating predator underneath. The most damaging moment came when Sir Reginald confronted Mary with evidence of her purchases of phosphorus-based rat poison, purchases that coincided precisely with the onset of her husband's illnesses. Her explanation that the old Victorian house was perpetually infested with rodents seemed plausible until the prosecution revealed that neighbors had never noticed any evidence of a rat problem and that Mary had purchased quantities of poison far exceeding what would be needed for pest control. "Mrs. Wilson," Sir Reginald pressed, his voice carrying the authority of absolute moral certainty, "can you explain why you purchased enough rat poison to kill every rodent in Yorkshire, yet your neighbors never observed any evidence of the infestation you claimed to be treating?" Mary's response was telling in its desperation. I wanted to be thorough, Inspector. I couldn't bear the thought of my poor husbands being disturbed by vermin during their illnesses. Perhaps I was overzealous, but my intentions were pure." The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning with their verdict. When the foreman stood to announce their decision, the packed courtroom fell silent with the kind of absolute quiet that precedes moments of historical significance. "Guilty of murder in the first degree," he declared. His words carrying the weight of justice finally served after years of perfectly executed crimes. Mary's reaction to the verdict was perhaps the most genuine emotion she had displayed throughout the entire trial. The mask of innocent widowhood finally shattered completely, revealing the cold, calculating killer who had been hiding behind it all along. Her face contorted with rage rather than grief, her eyes flashed with fury rather than sorrow, and for the first time, everyone in that courtroom saw Mary Elizabeth Wilson as she truly was, a remorseless predator who had been caught at last. The death sentence was pronounced with the solemn gravity befitting one of the most heinous crimes in British legal history. Judge Wentworth's words echoed through the courtroom like the tolling of funeral bells. "Mary Elizabeth Wilson, you have been found guilty of the deliberate murder of 3 innocent men who trusted you with their lives and their love. Your crimes were committed with such calculated cruelty, such complete absence of human compassion, that they represent an offense against the very foundations of civilized society. I sentence you to death by hanging, and may God have mercy on your soul." But Mary Wilson would never face the executioner's noose. Her death sentence was commuted to life imprisonment following the abolition of capital punishment for women, and she was transported to Durham Prison to begin serving a sentence that would keep her locked away from society for the remainder of her natural life. The woman who had turned marriage into murder would spend her final years behind bars, no longer able to prey upon the lonely hearts and trusting souls who had fallen victim to her deadly charms. The case of Mary Elizabeth Wilson became a landmark in British criminal history, studied by criminologists, psychiatrists, and law enforcement professionals as an example of how a seemingly ordinary person could harbor such extraordinary evil. Her crimes exposed the vulnerability of elderly widowers to predatory women, led to changes in insurance investigation procedures, and demonstrated the crucial importance of forensic science in uncovering carefully concealed murders. Mary died in prison on June 15, 1962. At the age of 73, her death, as unremarkable as her victims' deaths, had been sensational. She never confessed to her crimes, never expressed remorse for the suffering she had caused, and never acknowledged the evil she had perpetrated. To the very end, she maintained her innocence with the same calculating determination that had made her such a successful killer. The merry widow of Windy Nook had finally been silenced, but her legacy lived on as a chilling reminder that evil could wear the face of respectability, that murder could masquerade as devotion, and that the most dangerous predators were often those who appeared most harmless. Her story serves as an eternal warning about the capacity for human evil and the importance of looking beyond appearances to see the darkness that sometimes lurks in the human heart. The three graves in Windy Nook Cemetery stand as monuments to trust betrayed and love perverted, while Mary's unmarked prison grave serves as a fitting end to a life dedicated to death. The woman who had collected husbands like trophies and transformed marriage vows into death sentences had finally met her match in the relentless pursuit of justice, proving that even the most perfect crimes eventually unravel when faced with determined investigation and forensic science. Justice had been served, evil had been exposed, and the community of Windy Nook could finally sleep peacefully, knowing that the merry widow would never again prowl their streets in search of lonely hearts to harvest and trusting souls to destroy. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4. The Black Widow's Garden. A Texas mobile home in Gun Barrel City, where two bodies were found buried in the yard, their final resting places carefully concealed by the very woman who had promised to love them until death do them part. The earth itself had become an accomplice to murder, hiding the gruesome secrets of Betty Lou Beets, a woman whose wedding vows were nothing more than death sentences wrapped in white lace and false promises. This isn't just another tale of domestic violence gone wrong. This is the chilling chronicle of a woman who turned marriage into a hunting ground, transforming the sanctity of matrimony into a methodical killing spree that would span decades and leave a trail of terror carved into the hearts of those who trusted her most. Dubbed the Black Widow by prosecutors, Betty Lou Beets didn't just kill. She perfected the art of predatory love, using manipulation, seduction, and cold-blooded calculation to eliminate husband after husband in her relentless pursuit of money, control, and twisted satisfaction. What drove this seemingly ordinary woman to become one of America's most notorious female serial killers? How did she manage to convince not just strangers, but her own children to become accomplices in her deadly games? And most terrifyingly of all, how many victims might there have been if investigators hadn't finally uncovered the horrors buried in her backyard garden of death? Prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human nature, where love becomes a weapon, trust becomes a trap, and marriage becomes murder. This is the story of Betty Lou Beets, the Black Widow whose web of deception finally collapsed under the weight of her own bloodthirsty ambition. The story of Betty Lou Beets begins not with her first murder, but with the twisted foundation upon which her entire life of violence would be built. Born into a world where brutality and betrayal would become her native language, Betty Lou learned early that survival meant striking first, striking hard, and never showing mercy to those who dared to cross her. Her childhood, shrouded in shadows and scarred by experiences that would shape her into the remorseless killer she would become, planted the first seeds of the monster that would eventually consume her completely. But understanding the origins of evil doesn't excuse the unforgivable acts that would follow. It simply illuminates the terrifying transformation of a human being into something far more sinister. The young Betty Lou, who would eventually stand trial for multiple murders, displayed early warning signs that those around her either missed or chose to ignore. Her volatile temper, her manipulation of others, and her disturbing lack of empathy for those she claimed to love were all harbingers of the bloodbath that awaited anyone foolish enough to trust her with their heart and their life. As she grew into adulthood, Betty Lou developed a twisted understanding of relationships that would serve as the blueprint for her future crimes. Marriage, in her warped perception, wasn't about love, commitment, or companionship. It was about power, control, and the ultimate expression of dominance over another human being. Each wedding ring she slipped onto her finger wasn't a symbol of eternal love. It was a hunting license that gave her permission to stalk, torment, and eventually destroy the man who had made the fatal mistake of saying, "I do." The pattern began early, establishing itself like a malignant growth that would spread throughout her life, consuming everything and everyone in its path. Married 6 times, twice to the same man, Betty Lou treated matrimony like a revolving door of victims, each husband serving as practice for the increasingly brutal methods she would employ to dispose of those who no longer served her purposes. Her first forays into violence weren't random acts of passion. They were calculated experiments in cruelty, testing the boundaries of what she could get away with while perfecting the art of making herself appear as the victim rather than the perpetrator. This ability to manipulate public perception, to present herself as a battered woman defending herself against abusive men, would become her most powerful weapon, more deadly than any gun she would eventually turn on her husbands. The transformation from troubled young woman to calculating killer didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual metamorphosis, each act of violence building upon the last, each successful manipulation of the justice system emboldening her to push further, to take greater risks, to inflict more devastating harm upon those who trusted her most. Like a predator learning to hunt, Betty Lou honed her skills with each marriage, each conflict, each opportunity to inflict pain upon someone who had made the mistake of loving her. What made Betty Lou particularly dangerous wasn't just her willingness to kill. It was her ability to make others complicit in her crimes. She possessed an almost supernatural talent for convincing people that her version of events was the truth, that she was the victim rather than the victimizer, that her actions were justified even when the evidence suggested otherwise. This manipulation extended beyond the courtroom and into her own family, where she would eventually convince her own children to help her conceal the evidence of her most heinous crimes. The early years of Betty Lou's adult life read like a masterclass in escalating domestic violence, but with a terrifying twist. She wasn't the victim, she was the perpetrator. Each relationship followed a similar pattern. Initial charm and seduction, followed by increasing control and manipulation, escalating to psychological torture, and ultimately culminating in physical violence that would leave her partners either dead or permanently scarred by their encounter with her particular brand of evil. Her ability to present herself as a victim of domestic violence, rather than its architect, allowed her to evade serious consequences for years. The justice system of her era, perhaps more willing to believe that women were victims rather than perpetrators of serious violent crimes, became an unwitting accomplice in her reign of terror, repeatedly giving her second chances that she would use to claim more victims rather than seek redemption. As the pattern of violence established itself more firmly, Betty Lou began to refine her methods, learning from each encounter what worked and what didn't, what evidence needed to be concealed and what stories needed to be told to avoid serious consequences. She was, in essence, conducting a decades-long experiment in murder, using each husband as a test subject to perfect her techniques before moving on to the next victim. The most chilling aspect of Betty Lou's early criminal career wasn't the violence itself. It was the cold calculation behind it. These weren't crimes of passion, spontaneous eruptions of anger or fear. They were carefully planned and executed attacks designed to inflict maximum damage while minimizing her own legal exposure. She was a student of violence, constantly learning and adapting her methods to stay one step ahead of justice. The community around her began to whisper about the strange pattern of violence that seemed to follow Betty Lou wherever she went. Neighbors noticed that her husbands had a disturbing tendency to disappear, to suffer mysterious accidents, or to become victims of what she claimed was self-defense. But whispers and suspicions weren't enough to stop her, and Betty Lou continued her deadly education, preparing for the masterpiece of murder that would eventually bring her undoing. By the time law enforcement began to take a serious interest in Betty Lou Beats, she had already perfected her craft. She had learned how to kill efficiently, how to dispose of bodies effectively, and how to manipulate both the justice system and public opinion to her advantage. She had transformed from a troubled young woman into something far more dangerous, a predator who had learned to use society's own assumptions about gender and victimhood as weapons against those she targeted for destruction. The stage was set for the most brutal chapter of her life, a period of killing that would shock even seasoned investigators with its coldness and calculation. The woman who had spent years learning how to be a perfect killer was about to put her education to its ultimate test, embarking on a murder spree that would leave multiple bodies buried in her backyard and establish her as one of the most notorious female serial killers in American history. Betty Lou shot her second husband, Bill Lane, twice in the back in 1970. Marking the beginning of what would become a horrific pattern of marital violence that escalated with each subsequent relationship. This wasn't a crime of passion or a moment of temporary insanity. It was the opening act in a decades-long performance of calculated brutality that would claim multiple lives and traumatize an entire community. The The shooting of Bill Lane established Betty Lou's modus operandi: present herself as the victim of abuse, claim self-defense, and manipulate the justice system's sympathies to escape serious consequences. She was acquitted after Lane admitted that he had threatened her life first, a legal victory that would embolden her to believe she was untouchable, that she could literally get away with murder if she played her cards right. But surviving her second husband wasn't enough for Betty Lou. The taste of violence, the thrill of holding another person's life in her hands, had awakened something monstrous within her that demanded more victims, more blood, more opportunities to exercise the ultimate form of control over another human being. Lane's survival was almost an insult to her emerging identity as a killer, a mistake she wouldn't make again. The period following the Lane shooting was crucial in Betty Lou's transformation from opportunistic violent offender to calculating serial killer. She spent this time refining her approach, learning from her mistakes, and developing the cold-blooded methodology that would make her subsequent murders far more efficient and deadly. She studied the legal system like a predator learning the habits of its prey, understanding exactly how to exploit society's assumptions about domestic violence to her advantage. Her manipulation tactics became increasingly sophisticated during this period. She learned how to present the perfect image of a battered woman: the trembling voice, the carefully placed bruises, the tearful testimony about years of abuse that justified her violent retaliation. These weren't natural responses to trauma. They were carefully rehearsed performances designed to deceive juries and judges into believing that she was the victim rather than the perpetrator of the violence that surrounded her. The psychological profile of Betty Lou during this period reveals a woman who had crossed a fundamental line that separates normal human beings from predators. She no longer saw her husbands as people deserving of love, respect, or even basic human dignity. Instead, they had become objects, sources of income, validation, or simply entertainment for her increasingly twisted psychological needs. Marriage, for Betty Lou, had become a hunting license that gave her access to victims who trusted her completely. She tried to run over her third husband, Ronnie Threlkeld, with a car, escalating from firearms to vehicular assault in a pattern that demonstrated her willingness to use any means necessary to inflict harm on those who no longer served her purposes. The fact that Threlkeld survived this attack was likely more a matter of luck than mercy on Betty Lou's part. She was clearly committed to eliminating him, regardless of the method required. The progression from shooting to attempted vehicular homicide revealed the adaptability that made Betty Lou so dangerous. She wasn't locked into a single method of killing. She was willing to experiment with different approaches depending on the circumstances and opportunities available to her. This flexibility made her unpredictable and even more deadly, as potential victims couldn't prepare for or recognize the specific threat she represented. Her relationships during this period followed an increasingly disturbing pattern that would become her signature. Initial charm and seduction, followed by rapid escalation to marriage, then increasing control and psychological abuse, culminating in attempts to kill her spouse when they no longer served her purposes or threatened to expose her true nature. Each relationship was essentially a death sentence with a honeymoon period attached. The community around Betty Lou began to recognize the pattern, but their suspicions weren't enough to stop her. Neighbors whispered about the strange coincidences that seemed to follow her wherever she went, the husbands who disappeared, the violent incidents that always seemed to favor her version of events, the insurance policies that always seemed to mature at just the right time. But whispers and suspicions don't carry the same weight as evidence in a courtroom, and Betty Lou had become expert at ensuring that evidence either disappeared or pointed away from her guilt. During this period, Betty Lou also began involving her children in her crimes, either as accomplices or witnesses who could be manipulated into supporting her false narratives. This represented a particularly chilling evolution in her criminal behavior. She wasn't content to simply destroy the men she married. She was also willing to corrupt her own children, turning them into unwilling participants in her reign of terror. The psychological impact on her children during this period cannot be overstated. They were forced to watch their mother systematically destroy the men who came into their lives, to participate in covering up evidence of her crimes, and to lie to authorities about what they had witnessed. Betty Lou wasn't just killing husbands. She was murdering her children's innocence and psychological well-being in the process. Her ability to compartmentalize her violence was perhaps the most frightening aspect of her personality during this period. She could shift seamlessly from cold-blooded killer to grieving widow, from calculating predator to sympathetic victim, depending on what the situation required. This emotional flexibility made her incredibly dangerous because potential victims never saw the monster until it was too late to escape. The legal system's repeated failure to hold Betty Lou accountable for her escalating violence sent a clear message that she interpreted as permission to continue and escalate her criminal behavior. Each acquittal, each reduced charge, each lenient sentence convinced her that she was smarter than the authorities, that she could continue killing with impunity as long as she maintained her carefully crafted image as a victim rather than a perpetrator. By the time Betty Lou began the relationships that would lead to the murders that finally brought her to justice, she had spent years perfecting her craft. She had learned how to select vulnerable victims, how to manipulate them into marriage, how to isolate them from friends and family who might protect them, and how to kill them in ways that could be explained away or blamed on others. She had become, in essence, a professional killer who specialized in the murder of intimate partners. The stage was now set for the most brutal and shocking phase of Betty Lou's criminal career, the murders that would finally expose her for what she truly was and lead to her date with the executioner. But the trail of blood and broken vows she had already left behind represented just the beginning of a killing spree that would shock even experienced investigators with its coldness and calculation. The small plot of land around Betty Lou's mobile home in Gun Barrel City, Texas, appeared ordinary to casual observers. A modest yard with typical landscaping, storage sheds, and what appeared to be decorative garden features. But this seemingly innocent property concealed a horrific secret. The bodies of her last two husbands were buried in the yard, both men having been shot in the head several times. The earth itself had become Betty Lou's accomplice, silently guarding the evidence of her most heinous crimes. Jimmy Don Beats, her fifth husband, was shot on August 6, 1983, in what would become the murder that finally brought Betty Lou to justice. But this wasn't a sudden explosion of violence. It was the culmination of years of planning, manipulation, and psychological torture that had transformed their marriage into a death trap from which Jimmy Don could never escape. The murder of Jimmy Don Beats represented the pinnacle of Betty Lou's evolution as a killer. She had learned from her previous attempts and near misses, refining her methods to eliminate witnesses and ensure that this time, there would be no survivor to testify against her. The calculated nature of this killing revealed a woman who had moved far beyond crimes of passion into the realm of premeditated, cold-blooded execution. Prosecutors claimed that she killed him for a $100,000 insurance policy, but the financial motive was likely just one component of a more complex psychological drive that compelled Betty Lou to destroy those who trusted her most. The insurance money was certainly appealing, but the true reward was the ultimate expression of power, the ability to decide who lived and who died, to play God with the lives of those who had made the fatal mistake of loving her. When her son returned home, he found Jimmy shot to death and helped his mom bury the body in the yard, a detail that reveals the depths of Betty Lou's corruption and manipulation. She hadn't just murdered her husband. She had transformed her own child into an accomplice, forcing him to participate in the disposal of the body and thereby making him complicit in her crime. This wasn't just murder. It was the systematic destruction of familial bonds and the corruption of innocent minds. The burial site chosen for Jimmy Don was particularly calculated and chilling. His remains were found buried in the Wishing Well, which was located in the front yard of the residence, a grotesque mockery of the traditional symbol of hope and dreams fulfilled. Betty Lou had literally buried her victim underneath a structure that should have represented optimism and possibility, turning it into a grave marker for her murderous ambitions. But Jimmy Don wasn't Betty Lou's only victim buried on the property. Her fourth husband, Doyle Wayne Barker, was found buried in the backyard under a storage shed, with 3 bullets found in his remains. The discovery of Barker's body revealed that Betty Lou's property wasn't just the site of a single murder. It was a veritable cemetery for discarded husbands, a dumping ground where she had systematically disposed of the men who had outlived their usefulness to her. All 5 bullets were identified as .38 caliber, the same caliber of a pistol previously seized from the house in an unrelated incident. Forensic evidence that connected Betty Lou directly to both murders and demonstrated the methodical nature of her killing spree. She hadn't just killed these men. She had executed them with the same weapon, using the same cold efficiency that characterized all of her criminal activities. The condition of the bodies, when they were finally discovered, told a story of brutal efficiency mixed with psychological sadism. These weren't quick, merciful deaths. They were executions carried out by someone who took pleasure in the process of killing, who savored the moment when life drained from her victim's eyes and she achieved the ultimate victory over those who had trusted her completely. The psychological profile revealed by these murders showed a killer who had moved far beyond any pretense of self-defense or justifiable homicide. The multiple gunshot wounds, the careful disposal of the bodies, and the years of deception that followed demonstrated a level of premeditation and calculation that placed Betty Lou firmly in the category of serial killer rather than simply a woman who had killed in self-defense. The forensic investigation of the burial sites revealed additional evidence of Betty Lou's methodical approach to murder and body disposal. She had clearly planned these killings well in advance, preparing burial sites that would keep the bodies concealed for years while she continued to live on the property, walking over the graves of her victims on a daily basis without showing any signs of remorse or psychological distress. The timeline of the murders suggested that Betty Lou had killed Barker first, learned from that experience, and then applied those lessons to the murder of Jimmy Don. Each killing was an improvement on the last, demonstrating a learning curve that characterized her entire criminal career. She was constantly adapting and refining her methods to become more efficient and effective at taking human life. The discovery of the bodies also revealed the extent to which Betty Lou had manipulated her family and community in the aftermath of the murders. She had reported both men missing, played the role of the concerned wife, and even participated in search efforts while knowing exactly where the bodies were buried. This level of deception required not just criminal cunning but also a complete absence of normal human empathy and conscience. Perhaps most disturbing was the realization that Betty Lou had continued to live normally on the property after the murders, maintaining the graves, entertaining guests, and conducting her daily life while literally surrounded by the evidence of her crimes. This ability to compartmentalize her violence and live with the physical presence of her victims' bodies revealed a psychological profile that was truly chilling in its complete disconnect from normal human emotional responses. The investigation into the burial sites also raised disturbing questions about how many other victims might be buried on properties where Betty Lou had previously lived. The systematic nature of these murders, combined with her long history of violence against intimate partners, suggested that Jimmy Don and Barker might not have been her only victims. They were simply the ones whose bodies investigators had found so far. The discovery of the makeshift cemetery in Betty Lou's backyard marked the beginning of the end for her decades-long killing spree. The physical evidence was overwhelming, the forensic connections undeniable, and the pattern of violence too clear to be explained away by her usual claims of self-defense. For the first time in her criminal career, Betty Lou Beets would face justice for her actions, but the trail of blood and broken bodies she had left behind would haunt the community forever. The walls of deception that Betty Lou Beets had carefully constructed over decades of murder and manipulation finally began to crumble in 1985 when investigators, acting on suspicions that had been building for years, obtained a search warrant for her Gun Barrel City property. What they discovered in her backyard would shock even veteran homicide detectives and expose the full extent of her reign of terror against the men who had trusted her with their lives. The bodies of Beets' last two husbands were found buried in the yard of Beets' mobile home, transforming what had appeared to be a modest residential property into a crime scene of unprecedented horror. The discovery wasn't just evidence of murder, it was proof of a systematic campaign of domestic terrorism that had been conducted under the cover of marriage and hidden beneath the facade of suburban normalcy. The forensic evidence recovered from the burial sites was overwhelming and undeniable. Both men had been shot in the head several times, indicating executions rather than crimes of passion or self-defense. The multiple gunshot wounds suggested a killer who had taken time to ensure her victims were dead, who had stood over their bodies and fired repeatedly to guarantee that they would never again pose a threat to her carefully constructed lies. The investigation revealed the true scope of Betty Lou's manipulation and the extent to which she had corrupted not just her victims but also those closest to her. Family members had been coerced into participating in the cover-up, helping to dispose of evidence and maintain the fiction that the missing husbands had simply abandoned their families rather than fallen victim to the woman who had promised to love them until death do them part. She originally tried to blame two of her children for the murder, a final act of betrayal that demonstrated the depths of her depravity and her complete willingness to sacrifice anyone, including her own offspring, to avoid taking responsibility for her crimes. This attempt to frame her children for murders she had committed revealed a level of evil that shocked even prosecutors who had seen the worst of human behavior. The trial of Betty Lou Beets became a media sensation, captivating the nation with its combination of marital betrayal, calculated murder, and the systematic corruption of family bonds. The prosecution painted a picture of a woman who had transformed marriage into a hunting license, using the institution of matrimony as a cover for a killing spree that spanned decades and claimed multiple victims. The evidence presented during the trial was comprehensive and damning. Forensic experts testified about the ballistic evidence that connected Betty Lou's gun to both murders. Investigators detailed the careful planning that had gone into the killings and the subsequent disposal of the bodies. Family members, compelled to testify under oath, revealed the extent of Betty Lou's manipulation and the terror that had characterized life in her household. She claimed she killed him because she was a victim of abuse, maintaining her long-standing strategy of presenting herself as the victim rather than the perpetrator, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. But this defense, which had served her so well in previous encounters with the justice system, finally met its match in prosecutors who understood the true nature of her crimes and were prepared to expose her manipulation for what it really was. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating, systematically dismantling every aspect of Betty Lou's defense and revealing the calculated nature of her crimes. They demonstrated that far from being a battered woman defending herself, Betty Lou was a predator who had used societal assumptions about domestic violence to cover for a systematic campaign of murder that had claimed multiple lives and traumatized an entire community. The jury's deliberation was relatively brief, considering the complexity of the case and the magnitude of the crimes involved. The evidence was simply too overwhelming, the pattern too clear, and the defendant's manipulation too transparent for there to be any reasonable doubt about her guilt. She was convicted of shooting her fifth husband, Jimmy Don Beets, and sentenced to death for a crime that represented the culmination of decades of violence and terror. The sentencing phase of the trial revealed additional details about Betty Lou's criminal history and the pattern of violence that had characterized her entire adult life. She was charged but never convicted of killing her fourth husband, and she shot and wounded her second husband, evidence that demonstrated the systematic nature of her crimes and the justice system's previous failures to hold her accountable for her actions. Betty attempted to appeal her conviction that carried the death penalty, launching a legal battle that would continue for years as she exhausted every possible avenue to avoid facing the consequences of her crimes. But the evidence against her was too strong, the pattern too clear, and the community's demand for justice too powerful for her appeals to succeed in overturning her conviction. The appeals process revealed additional details about the murders and the investigation that had brought Betty Lou to justice. Court documents detailed the forensic evidence, the witness testimony, and the systematic investigation that had finally exposed her for what she truly was. Each appeal was rejected, each legal maneuver failed, and the date with the executioner drew inexorably closer. During her time on death row, Betty Lou continued to maintain her innocence and claim that she had been the victim of domestic violence rather than its perpetrator. But her protestations fell on deaf ears. The evidence was too clear, the pattern too obvious, and her manipulation too transparent for anyone to believe her carefully constructed lies any longer. The community that had lived in fear of Betty Lou's violence finally began to heal as justice moved forward. Family members of her victims found some measure of closure in knowing that she would finally be held accountable for her crimes. The terror that had characterized her presence in their lives was finally coming to an end. Despite the arguments, Betty was put to death via lethal injection in a state prison in Huntsville, Texas, at 6:18 p.m. on the 24th of February 2000. She was 62 and the oldest woman to have been executed in the state. Her execution marked the end of a killing spree that had terrorized multiple communities and claimed multiple lives over the course of decades. The final chapter of Betty Lou Beets' life was written in a sterile execution chamber, where the woman who had taken so many lives finally paid the ultimate price for her crimes. Justice had been served, but the scars she had left on her victims' families and the community would remain forever. The Black Widow's web of deception had finally collapsed, taking her down with it into the darkness she had created and inhabited for so many years. Jimmy's son James Beats said at a press conference outside the death house, the voice of a victim's family finally being heard after years of being silenced by Betty Lou's manipulation and the justice system's failures. The execution represented not just the end of one woman's life of crime, but the final victory of truth over deception, justice over manipulation, and good over the pure evil that Betty Lou Beats had represented. The legacy of Betty Lou Beats serves as a chilling reminder of the capacity for evil that can exist within seemingly ordinary people, and the importance of recognizing the warning signs of domestic violence before it escalates to murder. Her story stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the ultimate triumph of justice, even when it takes decades to achieve. The Black Widow's garden has been plowed under, but the memory of what grew there will never fade. Evil may flourish for a time, but justice, like truth, has a way of rising from even the deepest graves. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The Angel of Death, Amy Archer Gilligan's Reign of Terror. Death wore a nurse's apron and served poison with afternoon tea. Connecticut, 1916. While the world raged in the trenches of World War I, a different kind of warfare unfolded behind the pristine white walls of the Archer home for elderly people and chronic invalids. Here, where families trusted their most vulnerable loved ones to find peace in their twilight years, a calculated predator orchestrated one of America's most chilling murder sprees. Amy Archer Gilligan didn't just kill. She harvested souls with the methodical precision of a farmer reaping wheat, transforming what should have been a sanctuary into a charnel house where hope went to die. This is not a story of sudden violence or crimes of passion. This is the terrifying account of a woman who weaponized compassion, who turned healing hands into instruments of systematic extermination, and who smiled sweetly while watching her victims writhe in their final, agonizing moments. For years, Amy Archer Gilligan operated in plain sight, her murderous appetite growing bolder with each life she claimed, each insurance payout she collected, each family she deceived with crocodile tears and false sympathy. What you're about to witness will chill you to your very core. The methodical dismantling of human life by someone who had sworn to protect it, a monster who hid behind the mask of maternal care while orchestrating a symphony of suffering that would echo through the annals of criminal history forever. The autumn wind of 1907 carried with it the scent of dying leaves and unfulfilled dreams as Amy Archer surveyed the three-story Victorian mansion that would become her killing ground. Located on Prospect Street in Windsor, Connecticut, the imposing structure stood like a monument to respectability, its wraparound porch and bay windows projecting an aura of comfort and safety that would prove to be nothing more than an elaborate facade for the horrors that lay ahead. Amy Archer was 37 years old when she first opened the doors of what she called the Archer Home for elderly people and chronic invalids. To the unsuspecting community, she appeared to be the epitome of charitable compassion, a woman who had dedicated her life to caring for society's most vulnerable members. Her advertisements in local newspapers painted a picture of paradise for the aging, a refined home for refined people, rates reasonable, every comfort and attention. But behind Amy's practiced smile and gentle demeanor lurked something far more sinister. The woman who presented herself as an angel of mercy had already begun calculating the monetary value of human suffering, viewing each potential resident not as a person deserving care and dignity, but as livestock to be systematically slaughtered for profit. The residents who first crossed the threshold of the Archer home had no way of knowing they were entering a carefully orchestrated death trap. These were people at their most vulnerable, elderly individuals whose families could no longer care for them, chronic invalids seeking comfort in their final days, lonely souls desperate for companionship and kindness. They came seeking solace and found instead a predator who had perfected the art of murder disguised as mercy. Amy's husband, James Archer, served as her initial partner in this macabre enterprise. Together, they created the illusion of a caring, professional facility while behind closed doors, they began developing the methods that would make Amy one of history's most prolific serial killers. The home's daily routines provided perfect cover for Amy's murderous activities. Medication administered at regular intervals, meals served in common areas, and the natural expectation that elderly and infirm residents would occasionally pass away. The first death occurred within months of the home's opening. An elderly woman named Mrs. Franklin arrived at the Archer home suffering from chronic arthritis and depression following her husband's death. She had paid Amy a substantial sum for what she believed would be years of comfortable care. Instead, within 6 weeks of her arrival, Mrs. Franklin was dead, her body convulsing in what Amy described to the local physician as sudden heart failure. Dr. Howard King, the attending physician who signed Mrs. Franklin's death certificate, never questioned Amy's account of the woman's final moments. Why would he? Amy presented herself as a trained nurse with years of experience caring for the elderly. Her explanations were delivered with such conviction, such apparent grief over the loss of someone in her care, that it never occurred to the doctor that he was being systematically deceived by a master manipulator. But Mrs. Franklin's death was no tragedy. It was a successful trial run that would serve as the template for dozens of murders to come. Amy had discovered that elderly residents could be killed with relative ease and minimal suspicion. The natural fragility of her victims, combined with the community's trust in her medical expertise, created the perfect conditions for systematic murder. As word of the Archer home's compassionate care spread throughout Connecticut and beyond, more residents arrived, each one unknowingly signing their own death warrant. Amy refined her methods with each killing, learning to read her victims' personalities, to understand their fears and desires, and to exploit their trust in ways that would make their deaths appear natural and inevitable. The home's common areas became stages for Amy's performances. She would sit with dying residents, holding their hands as poison coursed through their veins, whispering words of comfort while internally calculating the financial benefits of their demise. Her fellow staff members, unaware of the systematic murder happening around them, often praised Amy's dedication to her residents, noting how she would spend hours at the bedside of the dying, seemingly devastated by each loss. But Amy's grief was as artificial as her compassion. Each death was a carefully orchestrated event, timed to maximize financial gain while minimizing suspicion. She had learned to space out the deaths, to vary the apparent causes, and to ensure that each resident's final moments appeared to be the result of natural causes rather than deliberate poisoning. The residents themselves never suspected that their trusted caregiver was systematically murdering them. Amy had perfected the art of gaining complete trust. She would listen to their stories for hours, remember details about their families, and present herself as the daughter or sister they had always wished for. This emotional manipulation made her victims completely defenseless against her attacks, as they never questioned medications she administered or food she personally prepared. James Archer died in 1910, officially from a kidney ailment, though many would later speculate that Amy had grown tired of sharing the profits from her murderous enterprise. His death marked a turning point in Amy's criminal career. No longer constrained by even the minimal oversight of a partner, she was free to accelerate her killing spree and refine her methods without interference. Following her husband's death, Amy married Michael Gilligan in 1913, adding his surname to create the hyphenated identity under which she would commit her most heinous crimes. Gilligan, like James Archer before him, would prove to be another obstacle to Amy's murderous ambitions, and like his predecessor, his life would be cut dramatically short under mysterious circumstances. The community continued to view Amy Archer Gilligan as a pillar of charitable service, a woman who had devoted her life to caring for those whom society had forgotten. Local newspapers praised her work, families recommended the Archer home to friends and relatives, and civic organizations held Amy up as an example of Christian charity in action. This public adoration provided the perfect shield for her crimes, making it virtually impossible for anyone to suspect that Connecticut's most beloved caregiver was actually one of its most dangerous predators. As the years passed and the body count climbed, Amy's methods became increasingly sophisticated. She learned to vary her poisons, to adjust dosages based on her victim's size and health conditions, and to create elaborate cover stories that would satisfy both family members and medical professionals. Each murder was a carefully planned operation, executed with the precision of a surgeon and the coldness of a calculating businesswoman. The residents of the Archer home lived their final days in a state of blissful ignorance, never realizing that their trusted caregiver was systematically eliminating them one by one. They went to sleep each night believing they were safe in the hands of someone who cared for their well-being, never knowing that Amy was already planning their deaths, already calculating how much money their murders would generate, already selecting the poisons that would end their lives in the most profitable manner possible. By 1914, the Archer home had gained a reputation as a place where the elderly could live out their final years in comfort and dignity. But the truth was far more horrific. It had become a killing field where Amy Archer Gilligan perfected her craft as one of America's most prolific serial killers. A place where compassion was weaponized and trust was transformed into a tool of systematic murder. Amy Archer Gilligan's transformation from seemingly compassionate caregiver to methodical killer required more than just murderous intent. It demanded a sophisticated understanding of chemistry, human anatomy, and the delicate art of appearing innocent while orchestrating systematic death. Her poison garden, both literal and metaphorical, became the foundation upon which she built her empire of murder. Each toxic bloom carefully cultivated to serve her increasingly insatiable appetite for profit and control. The literal garden behind the Archer home provided Amy with some of her earliest weapons. She cultivated digitalis, commonly known as foxglove, whose beautiful purple flowers concealed one of nature's most potent cardiac toxins. The plant's leaves, when properly prepared, could induce heart failure so convincingly that even experienced physicians would rarely question a diagnosis of natural cardiac arrest, especially in elderly patients with existing health conditions. But digitalis was merely the beginning of Amy's toxic arsenal. She had discovered that the key to successful serial murder lay not in relying on a single poison, but in maintaining a diverse collection of lethal substances that could be matched to specific victims and circumstances. Her medicine cabinet became a death dealer's pharmacy, stocked with compounds that could kill quickly or slowly, obviously or subtly, depending on her needs and the level of scrutiny she anticipated. Arsenic became one of Amy's most reliable tools, particularly when administered in small doses over extended periods. She would mix the tasteless white powder into her victim's food or medication, creating what appeared to be a natural decline in health. The symptoms, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and eventual organ failure, could easily be attributed to the natural aging process or existing medical conditions. More importantly, arsenic was readily available as a rat poison and industrial cleaner, making Amy's purchases completely unremarkable to local suppliers. The genius of Amy's methodology lay not just in her selection of poisons, but in her understanding of timing and presentation. She had learned to create detailed medical histories for each resident, documenting pre-existing conditions and symptoms that would later provide cover for poison-induced deaths. A resident with a history of heart problems would receive digitalis, their death attributed to cardiac failure. Someone with digestive issues would be slowly poisoned with arsenic, their demise explained as complications from chronic gastritis. Amy's medical knowledge, while not formally certified, had been accumulated through years of hands-on experience and careful observation. She understood how different poisons affected the human body, how quickly symptoms would manifest, and how to adjust dosages to control the timeline of death. This expertise allowed her to orchestrate murders with theatrical precision, timing deaths to occur when specific family members were present, when insurance policies would pay maximum benefits, or when suspicious residents or staff members were away from the facility. The daily routines at the Archer home provided perfect cover for Amy's poisoning activities. Medication time became murder time, as Amy would personally administer special treatments to selected residents. She would approach her victims with a warm smile and gentle words, discussing their health concerns while preparing doses of poison that would begin their journey toward an agonizing death. Mrs. Alice Gowdy became one of Amy's most profitable victims, arriving at the home in 1914 with substantial life insurance and a significant bank account that named Amy as the primary beneficiary. Mrs. Gowdy had been led to believe that Amy was like a daughter to her, someone who would ensure her comfort and security in her final years. Instead, Amy began systematically poisoning her with small doses of arsenic mixed into her daily medications. The process was deliberately slow and torturous. Mrs. Gowdy's health declined gradually over several weeks, her body racked with pain that Amy attributed to natural aging complications. The elderly woman would beg Amy for relief from her suffering, never realizing that her trusted caregiver was the source of her agony. Amy would sit beside Mrs. Gowdy's bed, holding her hand and offering false comfort while calculating how much longer the poisoning process would need to continue before death finally claimed her victim. When Mrs. Gowdy finally succumbed, Amy's performance of grief was masterful. She wept at the bedside, spoke movingly at the funeral about what a privilege it had been to care for such a wonderful woman, and accepted condolences from family members who praised her dedication. Within days of the funeral, Amy was at the bank, collecting Mrs. Gowdy's substantial life insurance payout and liquidating her savings account. The success of Mrs. Gowdy's murder encouraged Amy to accelerate her activities. She began targeting multiple residents simultaneously, creating an assembly line of death that operated with terrifying efficiency. Her victims rarely understood what was happening to them. The poisons were administered so skillfully that the resulting symptoms appeared to be natural deteriorations in health rather than deliberate attacks. Amy's second husband, Michael Gilligan, became suspicious of the unusually high death rate at the home and began asking uncomfortable questions about Amy's methods and the facility's finances. His curiosity would prove to be fatal. In May 1914, just 4 months after their wedding, Michael Gilligan was found dead in his bed, officially succumbing to what Amy described as acute gastritis brought on by excessive drinking. But Michael's death was no alcohol-related accident. It was a carefully planned execution designed to eliminate the one person who might expose Amy's crimes. She had poisoned her second husband with the same methodical precision she used on her elderly victims, timing his death to coincide with a period when she would be away from the home, visiting relatives in another state. This alibi would prove crucial in deflecting suspicion, as Amy returned to find her husband's body and delivered another masterful performance of shocked grief. The murder of Michael Gilligan marked a turning point in Amy's criminal evolution. She had now demonstrated that she was willing to kill anyone who threatened her operation, regardless of personal relationships or emotional connections. Her appetite for murder was no longer limited to vulnerable elderly residents. It had expanded to encompass anyone who stood between her and continued profit. Amy's poisoning techniques became increasingly sophisticated as her confidence grew. She learned to create custom cocktails of toxins, mixing different poisons to create specific symptom patterns that would support predetermined causes of death. A resident who needed to die quickly might receive a massive dose of digitalis that would cause immediate cardiac arrest. Someone whose death needed to appear gradual would receive small amounts of multiple poisons over weeks or months, creating a complex medical picture that would confuse physicians and family members. The physical suffering Amy inflicted on her victims was extraordinary in its cruelty. Arsenic poisoning caused excruciating abdominal pain, violent vomiting, and eventual organ shutdown. Digitalis overdoses triggered irregular heartbeats, chest pain, and a terrifying sensation of impending doom as the cardiovascular system collapsed. Strychnine, which Amy occasionally used for victims she particularly disliked, caused violent muscle spasms and convulsions that could last for hours before death finally provided relief. Throughout these agonizing deaths, Amy maintained her facade of compassionate caregiving. She would comfort her victims as they writhed in pain, adjusting their pillows and wiping their brows while poison coursed through their systems. Her ability to project genuine concern while simultaneously orchestrating torture demonstrated a level of psychological sophistication that placed her among history's most dangerous killers. The residents' families never suspected that their loved ones were being systematically murdered. Amy had perfected the art of managing family relationships, sending regular updates about residents' health, inviting family members for visits during periods when victims were feeling relatively well, and always presenting herself as someone who was doing everything possible to ensure their loved ones' comfort and well-being. When deaths occurred, Amy's explanations were always thorough and convincing. She would provide detailed accounts of her victims' final days, describing how she had tried various treatments and consulted with physicians, but ultimately had been unable to prevent the natural progression of their conditions. Her performances were so convincing that family members often thanked her for her dedication and recommended the Archer home to other families facing similar situations. By 1915, Amy Archer Gilligan had refined her poisoning methods to such a degree that she could predict with remarkable accuracy when her victims would die, how they would die, and what their deaths would look like to outside observers. Her poison garden, both botanical and pharmaceutical, had become a precision instrument of death, allowing her to eliminate victims with the reliability of clockwork and the apparent naturalness of autumn leaves falling from trees. The systematic nature of Amy's murders, combined with her ability to make each death appear natural and inevitable, created the perfect conditions for mass murder. She had transformed the act of killing from a desperate or passionate crime into a calculated business transaction, treating human lives as commodities to be harvested when the market conditions were optimal. The years 1914 through 1916 marked the apex of Amy Archer Gilligan's murderous career, a period when her killing machine operated at maximum efficiency, claiming lives with such systematic precision that the Archer home became less a care facility than a carefully orchestrated abattoir. During these peak years, Amy's appetite for murder reached its most voracious, her methods achieved their deadliest perfection, and her psychological manipulation of victims and their families ascended to levels of cruelty that defied human comprehension. The death toll during this period was staggering, even by the standards of serial killers. Conservative estimates suggest that Amy murdered at least 28 people during these 2 years, though investigators suspected the actual number could have been significantly higher. What made these murders particularly horrific was not just their frequency, but the systematic way Amy selected, prepared, and executed her victims, treating human beings like livestock in a slaughterhouse. Franklin Andrews arrived at the Archer home in January 1914, carrying with him a life insurance policy worth $1,000, a substantial sum that immediately captured Amy's predatory attention. Andrews was a relatively healthy 68-year-old widower whose only health concern was mild arthritis, making him an ideal candidate for Amy's attention. He had specifically chosen the Archer home based on its reputation for excellent care and Amy's personal assurance that he would receive the best possible treatment for his remaining years. Amy's approach to Andrews revealed the calculated precision with which she selected and prepared her victims. She spent the first month building an emotional connection with the elderly man, listening to stories about his deceased wife, sharing meals with him, and presenting herself as a surrogate daughter figure. This psychological grooming was essential to Amy's methodology. She needed her victims to trust her completely before she could begin the murder process. The actual poisoning of Franklin Andrews began in February 1914, with Amy administering small doses of arsenic mixed into his daily medication for arthritis. The slow poisoning allowed Amy to maintain the illusion of caring for a naturally declining patient while actually orchestrating his systematic destruction. Andrews began experiencing severe stomach problems, which Amy attributed to complications from his arthritis treatment. As Andrews' condition deteriorated, Amy's performance of concerned caregiver became increasingly elaborate. She consulted with local physicians, adjusted his diet, and spent hours at his bedside, all while continuing to administer the poison that was slowly killing him. The elderly man never suspected that his trusted caregiver was the source of his agony. Instead, he repeatedly thanked Amy for her dedication and expressed his gratitude for having found such a caring home. Franklin Andrews died on March 12, 1914, after 6 weeks of systematic poisoning. His death certificate listed gastric complications as the cause of death, and his life insurance company processed Amy's claim without question. The entire process, from selection to murder to profit, had taken less than 3 months and had netted Amy both the insurance payout and Andrews' personal savings, which he had signed over to her during his final weeks. But Andrews' murder was merely the beginning of what would become Amy's most prolific killing spree. Within days of his death, she had already identified her next victim. Mrs. Maud Lynch, a wealthy widow whose substantial estate and generous life insurance policy made her an irresistible target for Amy's predatory instincts. Mrs. Lynch's murder demonstrated Amy's increasing sophistication in victim selection and execution. Rather than using a single poison, Amy created a cocktail of toxins that would create a complex symptom pattern, making it virtually impossible for physicians to identify a specific cause of death. She combined small amounts of arsenic with digitalis and occasionally added strychnine to create particularly agonizing episodes that she could then treat with additional medications that were themselves poisoned. The psychological torture Amy inflicted on Mrs. Lynch was as horrific as the physical poisoning. She would sit beside the dying woman's bed, holding her hand while describing how she was going to use Mrs. Lynch's money to improve the home and help other residents. Mrs. Lynch, grateful for what she believed was exceptional care, actually thanked Amy for her devotion and expressed happiness that her resources would be used for such charitable purposes. Mrs. Lynch's death in April 1914 followed the same pattern as Andrew's: gradual decline, apparent medical complications, death attributed to natural causes, and Amy's swift collection of insurance proceeds and estate assets. The success of these murders emboldened Amy to accelerate her killing schedule, targeting multiple residents simultaneously to maximize her profits. The summer of 1914 became a season of death at the Archer home, with Amy orchestrating a carefully timed series of murders that would eliminate 5 residents within a 3-month period. Each death was meticulously planned to appear natural while generating maximum financial benefit. Amy had learned to stagger the deaths to avoid suspicion, never allowing more than 1 resident to die in the same week, varying the apparent causes of death, and ensuring that each murder generated substantial profit. Charles Smith, a retired banker with significant holdings in government bonds, became one of Amy's most lucrative victims during this period. Smith had arranged for Amy to receive his entire estate upon his death, believing she would use the funds to continue operating the home that had provided him with such excellent care. Amy's systematic poisoning of Smith with increasing doses of digitalis caused him to experience what appeared to be naturally occurring heart problems, perfectly consistent with his age and previous medical history. Smith's final weeks were marked by increasingly severe cardiac episodes that Amy attributed to the natural weakening of an aging heart. She would monitor his pulse during these episodes, not out of medical concern, but to gauge how much longer the poisoning process would need to continue before achieving the desired result. When Smith finally succumbed to cardiac arrest in July 1914, Amy inherited an estate worth over $5,000, enough money to fund her operations for years while maintaining the facade of a struggling care facility. The autumn of 1914 brought Amy's most ambitious project, the simultaneous murder of 3 residents whose deaths needed to be carefully orchestrated to avoid suspicion. Mrs. Nellie Pierce, Mr. William Ingram, and Mrs. Sarah Whitmore had all arrived at the Archer home within weeks of each other, each carrying substantial life insurance policies that named Amy as the beneficiary. Amy's management of these 3 murders demonstrated her evolution from opportunistic killer to systematic executioner. She varied the poisons used on each victim, staggered the timeline of their deaths, and created distinct medical narratives that would explain their demises to family members and physicians. Mrs. Pierce died of complications from diabetes. Mr. Ingram succumbed to heart failure brought on by chronic bronchitis, and Mrs. Whitmore was claimed by gastric complications from chronic indigestion. The reality was far more horrific than these sanitized death certificates suggested. Each victim endured weeks of systematic poisoning, their bodies slowly shutting down as Amy's toxins overwhelmed their systems. Mrs. Pierce experienced the gradual organ failure associated with chronic arsenic poisoning, her kidneys and liver slowly ceasing to function, while Amy attributed her symptoms to diabetic complications. Mr. Ingram's death was particularly cruel, as Amy used strychnine to create violent muscle spasms that she claimed were related to his breathing difficulties. The elderly man would writhe in agony during these episodes while Amy pretended to comfort him, all the while knowing that she was the architect of his suffering. Mrs. Whitmore endured perhaps the most prolonged torture, as Amy used a combination of arsenic and other gastric irritants to create months of digestive agony. The elderly woman's final weeks were spent in constant pain, vomiting blood and begging Amy for relief that would never come, as her trusted caregiver continued to administer the poisons that were systematically destroying her digestive system. By early 1915, Amy had perfected her killing machine to such a degree that she could maintain a waiting list of prospective victims, carefully scheduling murders to optimize both financial gain and operational security. New residents were evaluated not for their care needs, but for their financial potential and the likelihood that their deaths could be successfully disguised as natural causes. The spring of 1915 brought Amy's most audacious murder, the killing of a visiting physician's mother who had been placed in Amy's care temporarily while the doctor traveled abroad. Dr. Robert Patterson had entrusted his mother to Amy's care with specific instructions about her medications and dietary requirements, never imagining that he was delivering her directly into the hands of a serial killer. Mrs. Patterson's murder required exceptional care, as her son would be scrutinizing her medical treatment upon his return. Amy used a sophisticated combination of digitalis and arsenic, administered in doses small enough to avoid detection but sufficient to cause gradual organ failure that could be attributed to her existing heart condition. The elderly woman's death occurred just 2 days before her son's scheduled return, allowing Amy to present the appearance of having done everything possible to save her patient. When Dr. Patterson returned to find his mother dead, Amy's performance was masterful. She provided detailed medical notes documenting her mother's care, described the various treatments she had attempted, and expressed profound sorrow at her inability to prevent the death. Dr. Patterson not only accepted Amy's explanation but actually recommended her services to several colleagues, praising her dedication and medical expertise. By the end of 1915, Amy Archer Gilligan had transformed the Archer home into one of America's most efficient killing operations. Her victims died in agony while believing they were receiving compassionate care. Their families praised Amy's devotion while she systematically murdered their loved ones, and the community celebrated her as a charitable saint while she operated one of Connecticut's most successful criminal enterprises. The harvest of death had been extraordinary in both its scope and its profitability, establishing Amy as one of history's most prolific and successful serial killers. But this period of maximum efficiency would also plant the seeds of her eventual downfall, as the sheer number of deaths began to attract the attention of individuals whose suspicions would prove impossible to deflect or eliminate. The downfall of Amy Archer Gilligan began not with dramatic police raids or shocking discoveries, but with the quiet persistence of a suspicious relative whose refusal to accept official explanations would ultimately expose one of America's most successful killing operations. The collapse of Amy's murderous empire demonstrates how even the most carefully constructed criminal enterprises can crumble when scrutinized by individuals determined to uncover the truth. Nellie Pierce's sister, Mrs. Lois Corning, had never felt comfortable about her siblings' decision to enter the Archer home. Something about Amy Archer Gilligan's overly solicitous manner and the facility's unusually high death rate troubled her, though she couldn't initially articulate her concerns in a way that would prompt official investigation. When Nellie died suddenly in November 1914, just months after entering the home, Mrs. Corning's suspicions crystallized into a determination to discover the truth about what had happened to her sister. Mrs. Corning's initial inquiries were met with Amy's practiced responses: detailed explanations of Nellie's medical condition, documentation of treatments provided, and heartfelt expressions of sorrow over the loss of such a dear resident. But unlike the many family members who had accepted similar explanations, Mrs. Corning possessed both the intelligence to recognize inconsistencies in Amy's story and the determination to pursue answers despite official resistance. The first crack in Amy's facade appeared when Mrs. Corning began investigating the financial arrangements surrounding her sister's death. She discovered that Nellie had changed her will shortly after entering the Archer home, naming Amy as the primary beneficiary of her substantial estate. More troubling, Nellie had apparently agreed to pay Amy additional fees for special treatments that were never clearly defined or documented. Armed with this information, Mrs. Corning approached local authorities, only to discover that her concerns were not taken seriously by officials who had long regarded Amy as a pillar of the community. The local sheriff, constabulary, and even the state health department initially dismissed Mrs. Corning's suspicions as the unfounded, grief-driven accusations of a mourning relative. But Mrs. Corning's persistence eventually caught the attention of Detective Edward Hickey, a seasoned investigator whose instincts told him that the patterns Mrs. Corning described warranted serious examination. Hickey began conducting quiet inquiries into the Archer home's operations, focusing initially on death rates and financial arrangements rather than accusations of murder. What Detective Hickey discovered was immediately alarming. The Archer home's death rate was nearly 10 times higher than comparable facilities in Connecticut, with residents typically dying within 6 months of admission despite arriving in relatively good health. More troubling, Amy's financial records showed that she had collected substantial insurance payouts and inheritances from nearly every resident who had died in her care. Hickey's investigation revealed that Amy had developed what amounted to a systematic insurance fraud operation built around murder. She would target wealthy individuals with substantial life insurance policies, convince them to name her as beneficiary, provide substandard or actively harmful care, and then collect on their policies after their deaths. The detective estimated that Amy had collected over $100,000 in insurance proceeds and inheritances, equivalent to well over $2 million in today's currency. The investigative breakthrough came when Detective Hickey convinced the state's attorney to authorize exhumations of several residents who had died at the Archer home. The first body examined was that of Franklin Andrews, whose remains were exhumed in April 1916, more than 2 years after his death. The toxicological analysis of Andrews' remains revealed massive quantities of arsenic, far more than could be accounted for by any legitimate medical treatment or environmental exposure. The levels of poison found in his body were sufficient to kill several people, indicating that Amy had been administering arsenic in quantities designed not just to cause death, but to ensure that death was both agonizing and inevitable. Additional exhumations confirmed a pattern of systematic poisoning that was breathtaking in its scope and cruelty. Every body examined contained lethal quantities of various poisons: arsenic, strychnine, digitalis, and other toxic compounds that had no legitimate medical purpose. The forensic evidence painted a picture of deliberate, methodical murder carried out over an extended period with increasing sophistication and ruthlessness. As news of the investigation spread, former employees of the Archer home began coming forward with information that further illuminated Amy's methods and mindset. Several nurses reported that Amy had insisted on personally administering medications to certain residents, often at unusual hours and without proper documentation. Kitchen staff described how Amy would prepare special meals for specific residents, warning other staff members not to interfere with her customized treatments. Perhaps most damning were reports from former residents who had survived their stays at the Archer home. These individuals described experiencing mysterious illnesses that seemed to worsen whenever Amy personally attended to their care, and several reported that Amy had pressured them to modify their wills and insurance policies while they were sick and vulnerable. The testimony of Mrs. Margaret Whitman, who had lived at the Archer home for 6 months before her family removed her due to concerns about her declining health, provided crucial insight into Amy's operational methods. Mrs. Whitman described how Amy would visit residents late at night, administering medications that weren't prescribed by physicians and weren't documented in official medical records. She also testified that Amy had repeatedly suggested that Mrs. Whitman modify her will to provide for the continued operation of this wonderful home that has given you such excellent care. As the investigation progressed, Detective Hickey uncovered evidence that Amy's murderous activities extended beyond the residents of her facility. He found documentation suggesting that Amy had been providing private nursing care to wealthy individuals in their own homes, several of whom had died under circumstances that now appeared suspicious in light of the discoveries at the Archer home. The scope of Amy's criminal enterprise became clearer as investigators traced her activities back to the facility's opening in 1907. They discovered a consistent pattern of targeting wealthy, isolated individuals with substantial financial resources, gaining their trust through elaborate demonstrations of care and compassion, manipulating them into modifying their financial arrangements to benefit Amy, and then systematically poisoning them while maintaining the appearance of providing excellent medical care. On May 8, 1916, Amy Archer Gilligan was arrested on charges of murder in the first degree in connection with the death of Franklin Andrews. The arrest warrant detailed the evidence discovered during the investigation, including the toxicological findings, financial records, and witness testimony that established Amy's systematic poisoning of her residents. Amy's reaction to her arrest was entirely consistent with her years of practiced deception. She vehemently denied all charges, expressing shock and outrage that anyone could suspect her of harming the residents she had devoted her life to serving. Her performance was convincing enough that some community members initially rallied to her defense, organizing fundraising efforts for her legal defense and publicly proclaiming their continued belief in her innocence. But as additional evidence emerged during the pre-trial proceedings, public opinion began to shift dramatically. The revelation that Amy had systematically collected insurance proceeds from nearly 30 deaths over a 9-year period created a narrative of calculated greed that was impossible to ignore. More damaging were the toxicological reports showing massive quantities of poison in victims' remains, evidence that could not be explained by any legitimate medical treatment. Amy's trial began on June 19, 1917, attracting national attention as one of the most shocking murder cases in American history. Prosecutors presented a methodical case demonstrating Amy's systematic selection of victims, her sophisticated poisoning methods, and her elaborate schemes to profit from their deaths. The evidence included detailed financial records, expert toxicological testimony, and emotional accounts from family members who had unknowingly delivered their loved ones into the hands of a serial killer. The defense attempted to portray Amy as a dedicated caregiver who had been unfairly accused by grieving relatives looking for someone to blame for their losses. They argued that the deaths at the Archer home were the result of the natural fragility of elderly and chronically ill residents rather than deliberate poisoning. However, the overwhelming physical evidence of systematic poisoning made this defense strategy ultimately ineffective. The trial testimony revealed the full scope of Amy's psychological cruelty. Witnesses described how she would comfort dying victims while administering the poisons that were killing them, how she would attend their funerals and accept condolences while secretly celebrating the financial benefits of their deaths, and how she had used her reputation as a compassionate caregiver to continuously recruit new victims for her killing operation. On June 28, 1917, after deliberating for less than 5 hours, the jury returned a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. The courtroom erupted as the verdict was read, with family members of Amy's victims weeping with relief while Amy herself remained eerily composed. Her mask of innocence finally shattered, but her defiant demeanor intact. Judge Samuel Rohrbach sentenced Amy Archer Gilligan to death by electric chair, making her one of the first women in Connecticut to receive the ultimate punishment. As the sentence was pronounced, Amy's composure finally cracked, not with remorse for her victims, but with rage at being caught and punished for crimes she had executed with such meticulous precision. However, Amy's legal ordeal was far from over. Her defense team immediately appealed the conviction, arguing that the evidence against her was circumstantial and that the prejudicial publicity surrounding the case had made a fair trial impossible. The Connecticut Supreme Court agreed to hear the appeal, and in a controversial decision in 1919, overturned Amy's death sentence on technical grounds related to jury instruction and evidence presentation. The appellate court's decision sparked outrage throughout Connecticut and beyond, as many viewed it as a miscarriage of justice that would allow a mass murderer to escape appropriate punishment. However, prosecutors were determined to see justice served and immediately began preparing for a second trial, this time focusing on the murder of Franklin Andrews with even more meticulous attention to legal procedures. Amy's second trial, which began in 1919, proved even more damning than the first. Prosecutors had used the intervening time to gather additional evidence, interview more witnesses, and refine their presentation of Amy's systematic murder operation. The toxicological evidence had been strengthened with additional testing, and new witnesses had come forward with testimony that further illuminated Amy's methods and motivations. During this second trial, the full psychological profile of Amy Archer Gilligan emerged with terrifying clarity. Expert witnesses described her as a classic psychopathic personality, someone completely lacking in empathy or remorse, capable of extraordinary manipulation and deception, and driven by an insatiable greed that viewed human life as nothing more than a commodity to be exploited for profit. The prosecution's case painted a portrait of a woman who had weaponized the most fundamental human trust, the faith that caregivers will protect rather than harm those in their charge. Amy had taken society's most vulnerable individuals and systematically destroyed them while projecting an image of maternal compassion that made her crimes all the more horrific. On July 15, 1919, Amy was again convicted of murder in the first degree, but this time the court sentenced her to life imprisonment rather than death. The judge explained that while Amy's crimes were among the most heinous in Connecticut's history, the controversy surrounding her first trial and the legal precedents established by her successful appeal warranted the lesser sentence. Amy's transfer to the Connecticut State Prison for Women marked the end of one of America's most successful serial killing operations, but it also began a new chapter in her story of deception and manipulation. Even behind bars, Amy continued to maintain her innocence and attempted to manipulate both fellow inmates and prison officials through the same techniques she had used to deceive her victims and their families. Prison records from Amy's early years of incarceration reveal that she attempted to establish herself as a leader among the female inmates, using her intelligence and manipulative skills to create a network of supporters who believed in her innocence. She wrote numerous letters to newspapers and public officials, maintaining that she had been the victim of a conspiracy designed to scapegoat her for deaths that were entirely natural and unpreventable. However, Amy's ability to manipulate her environment was significantly limited by the prison setting, where her access to potential victims was restricted and her activities were constantly monitored. The systematic approach that had made her such an effective killer was useless in an environment where she could not control the variables that had previously enabled her success. As the years passed, Amy's mental state began to deteriorate noticeably. The woman who had once orchestrated murders with clinical precision became increasingly paranoid and unstable, claiming that prison guards were attempting to poison her, a cruel irony that was not lost on those familiar with her crimes. By the mid-1920s, Amy was exhibiting clear signs of mental illness that would eventually lead to her transfer to a psychiatric facility. In 1928, Amy Archer Gilligan was moved from prison to the Connecticut Hospital for the Insane, where she would spend the remaining years of her life. The transfer was officially based on her deteriorating mental condition, though many observers suspected that Amy was attempting to manipulate the system once again, feigning insanity in hopes of eventually gaining release. Whether Amy's mental breakdown was genuine or calculated, her final years were spent in a state of increasing disconnection from reality. The woman who had once been capable of maintaining elaborate deceptions while systematically murdering dozens of people became a shadow of her former self, rambling incoherently about conspiracies and persecution while displaying little memory of her crimes or their consequences. Amy Archer Gilligan died on April 23, 1962, at the age of 91, having spent 45 years in confinement for crimes that had shocked the nation and fundamentally changed how society viewed the potential for evil within seemingly benevolent institutions. Her death received little public attention, as most Americans had long forgotten the woman who had once been one of the country's most notorious criminals. The final accounting of Amy's victims remains uncertain to this day. While she was officially convicted for the murder of Franklin Andrews, investigators suspected that she had killed at least 48 people and possibly as many as 100 during her years of operation. The true scope of her crimes may never be fully known, as many of her potential victims were cremated or buried in family plots that were never examined by authorities. The legacy of Amy Archer Gilligan extends far beyond the specific crimes she committed. Her case led to significant reforms in the regulation of care facilities, the oversight of insurance policies involving caregivers as beneficiaries, and the procedures used to investigate suspicious deaths in institutional settings. Her story serves as a permanent reminder of the potential for evil to hide behind masks of compassion and respectability. Perhaps most chilling of all is the realization that Amy Archer Gilligan's crimes were entirely preventable. Had authorities been more responsive to early suspicions, had insurance companies been more careful about policies that created obvious conflicts of interest, had medical professionals been more thorough in investigating unusual death patterns, dozens of innocent lives could have been saved. The Archer home itself was demolished shortly after Amy's conviction, its walls having absorbed too much horror to ever again serve as a place of comfort or healing. The site now stands empty, a permanent reminder of how easily evil can flourish when systems designed to protect the vulnerable fail to recognize and respond to systematic abuse. Amy Archer Gilligan's story remains one of the most disturbing chapters in the history of American crime, a testament to the depths of human evil and a warning about the terrible consequences when society fails to protect its most vulnerable members from those who would exploit their trust for profit and pleasure. Her reign of terror may have ended nearly a century ago, but the lessons of her crimes continue to resonate, reminding us that the greatest monsters are often those who appear most harmless, and that vigilance against such predators must remain constant if we are to prevent such horrors from recurring. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.